Hello, everybody. How are you? Hope you're having a good day. So, I'm here to sit down to react to Foodie Beauty because she did a live yesterday and she was rather grumpy and ragey. And as I understand it, she did something she's never done before. She showed off her marriage certificate. Although the people on Twitter, all those wonderful Twitter peeps, they've had a lot to say about that marriage certificate. It doesn't look valid. So, what else is going on beyond Foodie? Well, little interesting tidbit for you. Something you guys will find really, really interesting because I found it interesting. So let's pivot away from Foodie for a minute to talk about somebody else. Let's talk about the person that she was obsessed with back in the day that she still talks about. That guy, the one that got away, the one that didn't want her, the one that said no, that she tried so hard to control. Yeah, that guy, Nads. Little interesting turn of events with Nads. You know, Nads has been not doing so well on his channel ever since he got away from the Foodieverse. That seems to be the case for any man that enters the Foodieverse. If they enter the Foodieverse and they're part of her orbit, in the time that they're around her, they might make a little bit of money. That's right. They might get some subs out of it, build up their sub numbers. But the moment that they exit, everything changes. There hasn't been one single guy that Foodie has introduced to us that after Foodie left, they've done well. Not Pete's, not Natter, not Roman L. Roman, nobody. None of them could say, I am more successful without her than with her. So, Nads, because of his propensity for going after channels, filing privacy complaints, nobody reacts to him anymore. Nobody pays attention. And I think that Natter has adapted the attitude of nobody's paying attention to me, so I can just let things out because nobody's going to be paying attention to me. Nobody's going to be watching me. Something that happened yesterday. He did a live stream yesterday where I got the screenshot of the thumbnail. He claimed that he got $2,000 in groceries. 2,000, y'all. Not 200, not 500, 2,000. You know, thinking back, I remember Foodie, more often than not, she would stock him up with groceries, lots of groceries. And his two favorite places to get food from was Adonis and Farm Boy. And guess what? The haul that he got yesterday was from Adonis. And Adonis is not cheap. $2,000 in groceries, y'all. Can you imagine it? Why would two people need $2,000? But it happened. He even showed the receipt. So, who do we know around Natter that has that kind of money that can spend $2,000 on groceries? Foodie. Foodie absolutely is her. Foodie. As a matter of fact, even though I'm not a Natter fan, just to be nosy for the sake of Girl World, I just took like little looks at his live stream to see what kind of stuff had been bought. You know what I spotted? I spotted stuff that she would eat. I spotted lots of pastries, lots of cookies, bags of cheese. So here's my thinking. Here's where my mind's going with that. I think perhaps Foodie might be going home to Canada. And she decided to stock up his place to, if she's staying there or she wants to go over there a lot, she's going to stock up his place with food because God knows Natter and Dee Dee don't have enough food to feed Foodie when she comes over. Could Foodie mow through $2,000 worth of groceries? Absolutely. I mean, that's just a couple of days worth of food for her. So maybe she might be going home after all. Maybe. I mean, there are things that have been not looking right with Foodie. Let me name off some of the things that make me go, let's see. She went on a visa run, came home, didn't do a grocery haul. And Foodie is somebody, she's all about her food. Why didn't she do a grocery haul for herself? And why is it that Natter and Dee Dee are popping up with a $2,000 grocery haul that they absolutely do not need? And there's absolutely no way that two people can eat through $2,000 worth of groceries before they go bad. Also, when she was doing her laundry, why were her clothes still in the bag? Still? Why weren't they straight up in the washer like they should have been? The refrigerator, when we saw it in the last live, didn't have any food in it. There was stuff in the freezer, but nothing in the fridge. So again, why didn't she buy any groceries? Especially if she was going on a visa run. And when you go on a visa run, if you're driving, if you're flying, when you get back, you're tired. You are very, very tired. And you're not going to have the strength or the energy to go to the grocery store. Why wouldn't you have food waiting on you? Knowing you're just going on a visa hop, visa run across the border, come back, why wouldn't you do that? So like there's a lot of things that are like, things are looking kind of weird. Like the talk about the cleaning, like she had to do some cleaning. She's been doing cleaning lately. And we know it's not because she wants to clean. Foodie's not a cleaner kind of person. She's very filthy. Why all of a sudden the emphasis on cleaning? And another thing, that gold mirror, that mirror with the gold frame in the living room, why is it there? Wasn't it in the storage room? Why were all of her toiletries in the main room like she was trying to pack and get ready to leave? So these are all the things that have been kind of popping out at me. But the fact that Natter got $2,000 in groceries for no random reason other than he could, it feels like Foodie's going back to Canada and she's preparing for going back to Canada. And maybe she's just simply stocking up Natter and Dee Dee's place. Maybe they have an arrangement for her to stay there. And it would be cheaper for her to stay with them than, say, rent a motel or a hotel, right? So I know these are all like conspiracy theories and so forth, but there's just a lot of things that look excuse me. Oop, pardon me. Pardon me. I'm so sorry. These are just the things that look funny. These are things that look really weird. Pardon my language. I am so sorry. Anyway, so you get where I'm going with this. You see why I'm like $2,000 in groceries? Why? I don't know. I don't know, y'all. She might be pulling the bait and switch of making us think that she went on a visa run and she didn't. Or if she did, maybe she didn't get the answer she was looking for. So she stocked up Natter and Dee Dee's place with groceries in preparation for her coming back. You guys tell me in the comments what you think. But in the meantime, we're going to go over her live stream. Before we do that, we're going to get into the Twitter peeps. And I'm going to show you guys the stuff that all the lovely Twitter peeps have to say about what's going on her current live stream. So let's do the Twitter peeps. All right, so it's time for the Twitter peeps, and you guys are going to see the thumbnail of Nad's live stream that I was talking about, like him bragging about, I got $1,500, $200 worth in groceries. Again, maybe he did that because Girl World's not paying attention to him. We don't like him. And because of the fact that he's been throwing those privacy strikes, nobody reacts to him. So maybe he's getting a little bit sloppy and thinking, oh, nobody's paying attention. I can just brag and Girl World won't pick up on it. Natter. Can we talk? Natter. We are very aware of the fact that you and Foodie are still talking. It's pretty obvious. You talk about her. She talks about you. Despite the fact that the two of you claim to hate each other, you won't keep each other's name out of each other's mouth. So there's some conversation going on behind the scenes. And you might be milking the cow still, and she's still letting you. And she's a very lonely person, is Foodie. She doesn't have many friends, and She's so desperate for friends, she would make friends out of an enemy if that's all she's got. So we're going to get into those Twitter peeps, y'all. Yes, we are. I'm all ready to go. Let's see what Twitter has to say. Okay, 1 second, please. Okay, it's time for the Twitter peeps. So we got a lot of tweets to go through, don't we? Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, I just added a couple. While I took a break. I was just talking to a friend, got a quick message. So for those of you that are on Twitter, that you'd like to follow me on Twitter, there's my handle, Wild Girl Sarah. And this is the tweet that I just posted. So everybody, this is Girl World. What do we like in Girl World beyond everything else? We like receipts, don't we? Oh, yeah. Foodie hates the fact that we like the receipts, we gather the receipts, and we hold on to them. So I'm providing one right now. So here's the tweet that I just posted. And this is a screenshot from Natter's live stream that he did. And just keep in mind, this is all public record. He did this on a public video. I don't know why he do this on a public video. Maybe he did it because he thought Girl World wasn't paying attention. Nobody reacts to him anymore. Nobody covers his stuff. So maybe he just got a little bit sloppy, a little bit arrogant. And he thought, well, nobody's paying attention to me. And I like to brag when I get a little bit of something. So he decided to brag. And he did the live stream where he showed off $2,000 in groceries. He showed the groceries. He even showed the receipt. Yes, he did. And this is so on par with you, Nads. This is so on par with you. You can always tell when there's somebody that they're not used to having a lot of something, because the moment they get a lot of something, they brag, compared to someone who's used to having stuff and it's just everyday life to them. But here's my tweet saying, y'all need proof Foodie Beauty is still talking to Nads and buying his food. This is Girl World. We like receipts. Here's his from the grocery haul. Obvious is obvious. Only Foodie would have the money to buy this much. From Adonis, no less, because like I said, Adonis and Farm Boy are his two favorite places to get groceries. Anybody who was part of the Crackhead Olympics era, we remember she would always go to Adonis and Farm Boy to get his stuff. So here's a screenshot that I took. And this is just for two people, Natter and Dee Dee. Ain't no way that two people can mow through $2,000 in groceries before it all goes bad. So why in the world would they buy that much? Unless it's not all for them. It's for somebody else too. And Foodie does eat a lot of food. Yes, she does. And I did spot items in that haul that he does not eat. I saw pastries. I saw cookies. I saw bags of cheese. He never buys that stuff. That's not for him. He likes the healthy stuff. It sounds like a stock up. Sounds like they're stocking up for somebody, or somebody paid a bunch of money for groceries because they're going to be going to Canada. They're going to be arriving really soon. She's not buying groceries for herself, but suddenly he pops up with all this food. Big, yeah. Obvious is obvious, Foodie. Obvious is obvious. Okay, this is from Black Sheep Lady Shenanigans. Says, oh, look, we now know what Natter did with Foodie Beauty's underpants. That's just wrong. That is so wrong. It's right. That's disturbing. Very disturbing. Ron says, someone please ask her the following during a live. As of today, would the country of Canada recognize your marriage to Salah as legal? Tat Von B says, if anything, the Buffalo has a nikah marriage. Canada does not recognize polyamorous marriage. Love that for you. Oh, and by the way, you can call us weirdos, but I call Girl World Sherlock homies. Sherlock homies of the YouTubes. Yeah, we're very sleuthy. There's a lot of people that we are detectives, not because we want to be. I mean, we just started out reacting to Amber and Foodie, you know? It would be so much easier if they would just come online and tell us a doggone truth. If they did, there'd be no reason to be detectives. But when you're dealing with two women who do nothing but lie, and all you want is the truth, you got to go looking for the truth because they're not going to offer up the truth. So here is the picture to go with the tweet. Let's see. Let me just blow this up. It says, however, if the couple only has a religious ceremony, like is it nikah, without the state process, it may not be legally binding. An unexpected detail is that Canada does not recognize polygamous marriages, which some Islamic marriages might involve in other countries. But this is illegal in Canada. It would not be valid here. Wah, wah. So even if you are married to Salah, Chantal, even if that's true, if he's got more than one wife, it won't be legal. Where you're going. All right. Fat Cow Chronicles says also she would be required to sign the marriage certificate and her signature would be in English. My certificate had his and hers passport photos, both our signatures, both our thumbprints, and was stamped 9 times with various official seals and stamps. Yeah, like a marriage certificate, it's pretty legally binding and it will look legally binding. It will have all kinds of stuff all over it. It wouldn't just be a piece of paper and, you know, a couple signatures and that's it. Like you might see a seal. A marriage certificate would be like, it's not just going to be a flimsy piece of paper. It's going to have it's going to be like thick legal paper. You know what I mean? It's going to look like it's an official document because it is. And she shows hers and hers does not look legally binding. Orange Cat says Chantal cares only about herself and her next meal. So let's watch.
Even if someone did yell, shut up, do you think we care? Even if someone did yell, shut up, do you think we care?
Yeah, this has to do with her previous live stream. She and Salah were up really late. He was playing the Casio keyboard. And mind you, it was around 2 o'clock in the morning, midnight. It was late when they were doing this. He's playing his Casio keyboard at max volume. And you could hear someone, I guess, in the next apartment shout, shut up. And that's not because the person in question shouting was rude. It was because they were being very rude. You know, people work. They got things to do. They have to get their rest to get up in the morning and go to their job. These two idiots, they don't work. So they have absolutely no consideration for people who do. He's up late playing his keyboard, keeping people awake, maybe waking up kids. And somebody just finally got frustrated and said, shut up. But do they care? No. You would think someone who's trying to hide out in Kuwait would want to fly beneath the radar as smoothly as possible and not take anybody off, but not Chantal. That's how arrogant she is. She's like a child. And her attitude is nanny, nanny, boo, boo, you can't get me. You know, so she's defiant. And she doesn't care if she makes trouble, if she is trouble. She honestly feels like she's untouchable. Well, it only takes one mistake to put your butt in jail now, isn't it?
Even if someone did yell, shut up, do you think we care?
Maybe the reason why you don't care if you make noise is perhaps you'll be going home soon. So on your way out, you're going to be as disrespectful as possible to the people of Kuwait because you're like, I'm leaving anyway. I don't care if I make anybody angry. What are they going to do? Maybe that's the reason why. All right. Aisha says, scrolling TikTok and one of Salah's sister's posts came up. I've come to realize maybe Salah's family doesn't care what he's doing. His sister and her family live in Germany, and from her stories, she's not close to them. The profile picture is her baby. That's why I covered it. Well, thank you for covering up the picture. I don't want to showcase any little ones. So Salah's family lives in Germany. The sister lives in Germany, or maybe the sister and her family live in Germany. Either way, it's the way that Salah's been behaving, obviously he doesn't care about his family. He really doesn't care. Orange Cat says, for someone who doesn't have a Twitter and doesn't care about Twitter, she sure knows what's going on here on Twitter. Yeah, let's watch.
No one cares about Twitter, Isabella. It's just a bunch of friggin' sad, weird, fucking weirdos obsessed with bullshit.
What do you say to that? We're just Twitter, can we talk? Twitter, listen. We're all just a bunch of sad, obsessed weirdos, like she said. We are. We're obsessed. We are obsessed, Twitter. Funny, though. She's really funny, Chantal. You're calling us a bunch of sad, obsessed weirdos. At the same time, haven't you been outed on Twitter for having sock accounts? Haven't your sock accounts been found out and exposed? And every time somebody exposes one, you make another one because you are determined to hang out with and hang around the obsessed, sad weirdos. You're obsessed with reading our tweets and finding out what we know or what we've noticed about you and your live streams. You practically use Girl World and Twitter as a way to find out your mistakes because you do sloppy work. When you do a live stream, when you do a video, you're not paying attention. For someone who loves to lie so much, you're not a good liar. So essentially what you're using Girl World for is a way to backtrack and see what's been exposed, what you didn't notice, what mistake you made. That way you can go back to your live stream or you can go back to your video and either edit something out or explain away something later. That's what you use us for. If we point something out on Twitter, within a matter of an hour, you're doing a live stream saying, oh, I didn't say this, I didn't do that. Or if I said that, I didn't mean it that way. You use Girl World and Twitter as fact checkers. And when we, bring up the facts and we got the receipts, you get upset because you weren't paying attention. You're not a good liar. You spend so much time in this world of delusion that you've made for yourself. Like you're so entrenched in it. Like you got so many lies stacked on top of so many lies that you can't remember them all. You can't keep track of everything. So you use Girl World as a way to keep track of things. Notice mistakes, notice errors. If we spot something, we see something, remark on something, boom, you're on it. Oh, I didn't say that. Oh, I didn't do that. But we're the obsessed ones. So if we're obsessed, why are you tailing us so much? Why are you on Twitter? Why are you on YouTube? Why are you tailing us so bad? Ma'am, I don't care what you do. No matter how hard you try, you can't sit with us. Go away. There's no room at the table for you. Okay? You're not part of this group. Just walk across the room and go sit at your own doggone table. You hear me? Moving on. Sandy Quesadilla says, didn't he, talking about Salah, didn't he sell his car right when she got there? He thought she was his ticket in. Listen, two scammers that scammed each other. How appropriate. I approve. But the whole situation with Salah, that's just a repeat, y'all. This is Chantal's second time at the rodeo. She didn't learn from her first ride. She should have learned her lesson with Natter. She didn't. So karma sent her to summer school and said, okay, I guess you didn't learn. So I guess we got to repeat the lesson. We got to go there. We have to do this. Same scenario, different guy. You're going to do this. You're going to get the same results that you did with the first one because you're going to do the same things you did before. You're going to pay for companionship, expecting it to lead to love. It won't. You're setting yourself up for misery. You know that. You don't care. So since you know that and you don't care, this is all on you. So if Salah sold his car, That's his stupidity. It's been 3 years. He should have walked away a long time ago. All right, Fat Cow Chronicle says this makes it look even worse. Like he tried and failed to get in, and Foodie was plan B. Fondue Pondu says Foodie Beauty. So Salah was already signed up for this test when he first met Chantal. So it's pure coincidence his location was set to find a Canadian woman when he met Chantal, and Canada wasn't the intention for Salah from the jump. Chantal, you're an idiot. So again, we like receipts. Here's some receipts. Here's some information. The IELTS, International English Language Testing System, excuse me, pardon me, is a widely recognized English proficiency test accepted by Canadian organizations including Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, IRCC, for various purposes like immigration, study, and work. Here's a breakdown of key information regarding IELTS in Canada. Why IELTS is important for Canada. Proof of English proficiency. IELTS is a trusted test that demonstrates English language skills, which is often required by Canadian visa authorities, schools, and employers. Recognized by Canadian institutions. IELTS is recognized by over 350 Canadian organizations, including the IRCC and Immigration Quebec, for various immigration programs like Express Entry and provincial nominee programs. Global recognition. IELTS is recognized by over 12,000 organizations worldwide, making it a valuable test for those seeking to study, work, or immigrate to Canada or other English-speaking countries. It assesses core skills. IELTS assesses the 4 core English skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Types of IELTS tests. There's the academic test, designed for those seeking higher education, colleges, and universities. General training, suitable for those seeking to migrate to, let's see, where did I leave off? Excuse me, general training, suitable for those seeking to migrate to Canada, study at below degree level, or vocational training. IELTS for Canadian immigration, required for immigration programs. Many Canadian immigration programs require proof of English language proficiency, and IELTS is a common way to demonstrate this. Express Entry. The test scores are used to calculate the Comprehensive Ranking System, CRS, score for Express Entry, which determines eligibility for Canadian permanent residency. Provincial nominee programs. Some provincial programs also require the test scores as part of their eligibility criteria. The test format includes the following: listening. You will hear a series of recordings and answer questions about them. Reading. You will read a variety of text and answer questions based on them. Writing. You will write 2 essays, one based on a given topic, general training, or description of a process or event, academic, and the other based on a given topic, general training, or a report, academic. Speaking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. That one cut off, but it's okay. Let's play the clip in question.
Oh, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about, but I won't talk about it. I know what you're talking about, the Canadian thing, yeah. Basically, yeah, because he passed, like, you have to take this IELTS test, this English test to go to Canada if you're a foreigner and all that. So he had all of the right papers and everything if he wanted to apply for himself to go. And plus something with family, but I won't go into it. Carolina. Thank you, Carolina. Because basically people were accusing him of using me to get to Canada.
We've been saying that for a while now. Chantal, it's been a while, okay? This whole ridiculous thing with Kuwait and Salah started years ago. It feels like many years ago. Lord, it does. It feels like many years ago. It's like, we've been on this too long. You've been doing this too long, but it's been years, girl. It's been 84 years. But listen, we'd have a much different feel. There'd be a much different feeling about it if you guys had that true couple energy. If it was obvious that he was very much in love with you and that you guys had that love couple energy. But it's been about 3 years. It has been. And there's no couple, I'm in love with this woman energy from that man. If anything, it's the opposite. He can't stand you. He's only around when he has to be, when you pay him to be, or when you pressure him to be. He doesn't enjoy your company. He doesn't enjoy you. You guys are complete opposites with who you are. You don't have anything in common. It's a business relationship. You can have a boss. You can be an employee and not like your boss, not be in love with your boss. Your problem is that you've convinced yourself that if you become somebody's employer, that over time, because you're giving them money, that somewhere in the middle of it, you'll get the bonus of them falling in love with you. Yet, at the same time, you forget you're not someone that anybody wants to fall in love with, not the way you are. You're a horrible person. I don't know how you expect anyone, to fall in love with you being the way that you are. You're gross. You're disgusting. You're rude. You're possessive. You're jealous. You're insecure. You're manipulative, you're financially abusive, you're emotionally abusive, you're verbally abusive. What about any of that would inspire love in anyone? Please tell me. I'm flabbergasted how you honestly think that you can be as horrible as all that and it's going to inspire tender feelings in another. Like, where the tender feelings going to come from? I just want to know. Please tell me. I'd love to hear from you about that.
That's why. Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm a bit old fashioned. Maybe I'm an old fart. As I understand it, when you love somebody, it's because they inspire those tender feelings. You got stuff in common. You feel a bond with them. Like you feel like that person is your best friend. The best relationships are between people, whether it's romantic or not. Whoever you're around, that person has to be like your best friend. You're close. You're really, really close. You can tell them anything. They can tell you everything. You can be around that person and be yourself. You don't have to be a phony version of yourself. You can be yourself. And whoever that person is, that's your best friend or your partner. Because in my opinion, the best marriages are always between people that person is not only their wife or their husband, but before the husband and wife title, those people are best friends. Like they got each other's back. They can tell each other anything. They get each other. It's like, I don't have to explain who I am to you. You get me. I don't have to explain who I am all the time. You just get who I am and you get it. You've never had that, Foodie. You're never gonna have that. You want to know why? Because you don't even know who you are. You're so busy running around picking up personalities, trying to be accepted by a guy, adapting things that are not really part of you. You don't even know who you are. So you're presenting a picture of yourself that's not even you to a guy. How is he going to fall in love with you? How? How is he going to get you if you can't even get yourself? And if you're not getting yourself together? Girl, I could sit here and preach to you all day. You're not going to care, but that's all right. That's all right. You get what I'm saying, though. If you're so busy trying to shadow a guy and be an extension of his personality and you don't have your own, he's never going to love you and accept you as you. You got to know who you are first before you can expect someone to love who you are. Got it? Thank you.
Mm. No. It's not, no. His sister's not Canadian.
She's so uncomfortable talking about this subject because these are part of the hard questions she doesn't want to answer. See, this is why you should never lie, Foodie, because if you tell one lie, then you got to tell another lie to cover up the first lie, and then you got to tell another lie to cover up the first two lies, and then you're just going to keep going and going and going until you end up backing yourself into a corner with the lies, and then you forget about what lie you told on what day, pertaining to what subject. You know, your web is falling apart. You know what the solution to that is? Don't spin the web in the first place. Just tell the doggone truth. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. All right, not your mother says, hey, Chins, Google Translate is a thing. Not sure what you are trying to show with this paper. It's dated before you even went to Kuwait. Kuwait consulate in Ukraine? Huh? Neither your name or salads. Nope, try again. So I guess she showed the marriage certificate. Okay. I got something to say. That looks phony AF. That does. Can we talk? Wait a minute. Look, I've been married before, and I know that marriage certificates are different, varying on country. Listen, can we talk about all of this? This seal right here does not look official. It does not look official at all. It looks phony. If that was an official seal for something, why is it? You can barely see it. Every marriage certificate that I have seen, you can clearly see the government seal. Look how faded that one is. Excuse me, what? And can we talk right here? Do y'all see what I'm seeing? Look right here. What is this? Why is this so slanted looking? Why? Look. Everything's slanted this way. Why wouldn't it be dead on straight? This is supposed to be a marriage certificate, an official document. What's going on here? Why does it look like? No. Nope. Absolutely not. Nope. That all of this would look much more official if it were a marriage certificate. Like this seal would be very, 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 very prominent. Like, boom, you guys are married. This is an official document, so it's got to be made to last. But the ink on this is just faded. And look. Hello, I'm a writer. Why do y'all see the lines? They're not straight. Like they're like slanted like this. If that's an official document, why would it look like that? Like everything was just sloppily stamped on a piece of paper. Excuse me? Look, sloppy. So I guess Google translated this stuff on there. Here's the date before she went to Kuwait, and it's Ukrainian. Why would the Ukraine government be involved? Why would the Ukraine government be involved for a document that is in Kuwait? What? Excuse me? I beg your pardon. Oh, and the seal is also Ukrainian. All right. That's interesting. So a Ukrainian seal on a Kuwaiti document. I beg your pardon. Huh? Weird and fake. Acadia Strong says, why is she showing this? I don't know. All the time that we asked to see the marriage certificate and now she's showing it to us. Could it be because she's going back home to Canada and she no longer cares? I wonder. I absolutely wonder. Perfectly Imperfect says, what is this? Dates 10 22 22 before she even went to Kuwait. So you were married before you went over there? How did you do that? All right. Queen of WTF says, yes. Yes, it is. Okay, I don't want to play that part. That looks gross. She's being sexual with the food. I don't even, nope. Ghost Crab says, first off, hygiene is big in every civilized country. Just because you don't care for hygiene doesn't mean the rest of the world doesn't either. Second, arm hair has nothing to do with hygiene. So Salah makes you shave your arm hair? Couldn't be me. I have self-respect. Honestly, I have a question about that. If they are not physical, if she stays covered up 99% of the time, why would he care about her arm hair? They're not really married. He doesn't touch her. She has on the abaya most of the time. So why would he care about her arm hair? I think that's a lie. I don't think he cares about her arm hair. He doesn't touch her. She was just trying to act like he cares, but let's watch the clip regardless.
Hygiene is like really big in Arabic culture.
It's big in every culture, Foodie.
Like if I even like have hair on my arms, it grosses him out. So I have to.
You know what I think? Maybe it grosses you out.
To be very meticulous with.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with having arm hair. Let's make that known. If you got hair on your arms, your chest, your back, whatever, it's a personal thing. Maybe it bothers her and she just doesn't want to say it. Maybe she's trying to act like Salah cares about her appearance when he really doesn't. And I also find it weird. I find it funny that he would care about her arm hair, but he doesn't care about her wearing the same abaya for days when it's got cat hair all over it and food stains, and that she's so filthy that she will take an abaya, wear it, get it stained, turn it inside out and backwards, and then wear it again. That's perfectly fine. To have a filthy, dirty, disgusting, smelly wife, that's fine. But arm hair is not fine? Very strange.
Hygiene. My feet, even, he's like, you know, I have to, he really wants me to go to a spa, but I try my best to do what I can, you know.
Maybe he wants you to go to the spa because he doesn't care about the arm hair. Maybe he's hoping that somebody else will bathe you down because you need it. Wonder Mom says, Foodie Beauty hating us Germans because her fat, super morbidly obese body had to roll to her gate is hilarious. I think we are safe and not on her list of countries she wants to travel. Yes, we Germans are brutal. We do not do the fake nice and do not care about her hurt feelings. There's nothing wrong with being brutally nice or just being truthful. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people can take it. Some people understand. Some people don't. You know, when I lived in Florida, like I met many New Yorker. And New Yorkers, they people that lived in New York, man, they just don't care. They'll just tell you like it is. And I like that about them. I really did. I appreciated their honesty. I'll tell you like it is. But different people in different countries, based on where they live, who they're around, their culture, some of them will walk around your feelings and some of them will walk on your feelings. But the walking on the feelings, it has to do with how are you behaving? What are you doing? If you're not doing anything bad, you don't have to worry about them being brutally honest with you. You know, don't bring the nonsense and they won't comment on the nonsense. You know, but some people are just more in your face about things. So let's watch the clip. Queen of WTF says, I have been living in Germany for over 20 years and no, Germans are not rude. They are, however, very direct. They don't sugarcoat things. Let's watch.
Munich. Where did I go? Oh, at the Frankfurt airport. They were just not nice. Anytime I asked for anything or like asked them questions, or on the plane they were crabby and I got food poisoning. I don't know. I didn't like it.
So maybe, bravo. Bravo to the Germans. Bravo. Bravo. If Foodie came rolling to the airport, she's on the plane, she's trying to act like a toddler. Everybody help me. Everybody cater to me. I don't know what I'm doing. Wah, wah, wah. Bravo to you wonderful German people that you did not cater to this woman and treat her like a toddler. You treated her like an adult. You addressed her like an adult, and she didn't like it. Bravo. Bravo for that. She's like, I didn't like it. They were being, how are they being mean? Name an example. You can't name an example of exactly what they did. You don't want to, because you know that if you explain the real story, then it would reveal that you did something to cause that moment of brutal honesty. What did you do, Foodie? Ask for more extra food on the plane? Were you whining? Did they tell you to put the seatbelt extender on and you didn't want to? What exactly did they do that was so wrong? I'm sure there's a story behind it. Okay, moving on. Perfectly Imperfect said, so Salah took this English test before meeting Chantal, a requirement for immigration. Then he met Foodie Beauty thinking she was his way in, only to be stopped by her bankruptcy. She always tells on herself. Well, again, two scammers scamming together, scamming against each other and with each other. Poetic. Absolutely poetic. Maybe this will teach him a lesson. If you want something, go about things the right way. Don't try to scam the system. It's never going to turn out well. Maybe this will teach him a lesson. I don't know. Orange Cat says, hate to break it to you, Chantal. Let's watch.
I'm sorry, but my man isn't into women with a face with 5 miles of rough road, lady.
Boy, that aged like milk, didn't it? Chantal, in your newest live stream, girl, you don't look well.
Unknown caller.
You don't look well. You don't look well at all. You look very, very ill. You don't look well. You look sick. You look like you need to get on the plane, go home to Canada, check yourself into a hospital, check yourself into inpatient. There's a lot going on with you. A lot. And you know that. You know maybe a quarter of what's going on with you, but the other 75% you don't know. And you don't want to find out because you know it's bad. You have to know it's bad. If your face is all swelled up, one side of your face is more swollen than the other, one eye bulging, your eyes always leaking, you can't function unless you're taking some kind of painkillers or something, your blood sugar's through the roof, one of your legs has nerve damage in it, you know it's bad. And you've adapted this attitude of, even though I'm in pain, even though my body is giving me signs that I need to do something, if I can manage the pain through this means or that means, as long as I can manage it, I can power through and I can, it's okay. It's not okay. Your body can't handle any more brutality. It just can't. You can't go any further like this. As much as you deceive yourself into thinking that you can, it cannot. It cannot. It's saying you need to stop. But going back to the looks thing, like, listen, I'm going to share something with you and everybody else, Foodie. I got bullied all through school, from kindergarten to high school. Badly. Badly. And because I did, I don't like to go after people's looks. You know how you look. And if you don't look attractive, what are you going to do? It's not like you can ask the higher power for a different face and a different body. And even if you did, who is to say that that different face and different body is going to please everybody? Nobody can please everyone. It's impossible. But I don't like to go after people's looks. I really, really don't. You have what you got. But since you are going after people's looks and you're constantly going after people's looks, I'm going to give you an evaluation based on what I see. You don't look well. You look very, very sick. And Neo Tarot said it best. And I love that she said this because I think it's appropriate. I think your outside is mirroring what's going on inside of you. Like all that ugly you got inside of you is coming all the way out. Your outside is a direct reflection of what's going on inside your soul. Like there's so much ugly going on inside of you, it can't be contained anymore to the inside. It's coming out through your pores, girl. It's coming out. When you look in the mirror, you're seeing what your soul looks like all the hatred, all the negative energy. You can actually see it radiated from the inside. You don't want people to see it, but it's there. You try to hide it with filters, but it's right there in our face. It's just so much. You cannot hide it anymore. Your outside reflects what's going on inside of you. And you could eat all the makeup in the world. You could eat it like candy. None of it's going to fix the kind of ugly you got going on inside your soul. You hear me? That's all I'm going to say about your appearance. Okay, surface ugly can be fixed. It's not that big of a deal, but inside ugly is much more severe. All right, moving on. Florida Salt and Sass says, why does someone who doesn't sweat or smell due to genetics have so many deodorants laying about? And why in the living room? Great questions, Florida Salt and Sass. Why is that? Didn't Foodie long ago tell us that she had was it a special gene or something that caused her to not smell? So if she doesn't smell, why does she have so much in the way of body spray? Why does she have deodorant? If she doesn't smell, that would mean she can sweat and it's not going to stink. So why all the body spray? Why all the deodorant? Good question.
Unknown caller.
I'm going to turn off my phone. I got a react to do, and that's all there is to it. There, done. Let's keep going. Lizzie said, Allah mentioned Salah's been reported to the Canadian immigration. I don't know if he meant when Foodie Beauty got with him or from before. I am convinced this is not Salah's first attempt at entering Canada. It might not have been. He might have tried before, failed, decided Foodie was another backup plan, although then later on he found out she's got bankruptcies, and by then it was too late to get rid of her because maybe she knew stuff about him that he couldn't get away from her. I don't know. What a tangled web we weave when we scam to deceive. Okay, this tweet's from me. Y'all look at this. Y'all look at this. My tweet says, I spy with my little eye someone Foodie Beauty used to bankroll and buy groceries for, getting a huge haul. Begging from the Beezers to give to him, Foodie? That's the thumbnail he put up. That's what got my attention. I'm like, oh, really? A haul that big from Adonis when his channel is not doing so well? And over $1,500 in groceries, where would that money come from? Certainly not from his channel. Certainly not from his channel. And it just happens to be at his favorite expensive grocery store. Huh. And who do we know that likes to get stuff delivered? Foodie. So like all the clues are there, girl world. They're right there in our face. She's talking to him. She's buying him food. She bought him a lot of food. I'm thinking that maybe if she comes back to Canada, that's where she'll be staying. And all those groceries, that was a top off. She hasn't bought any groceries for the place in Kuwait. Like the refrigerator is basically empty. Why hasn't she bought food for herself? And why is he popping up with food? Lots of food that she eats back in Canada. She could be staying with him. Maybe she can't stay with Aunt Phyllis. Maybe she can't stay with mom. Or if she does, she doesn't have the space to do her YouTube stuff or her adult sexy time stuff. She needs a private space for that stuff. And she doesn't want to stay at a hotel or a motel. That's a lot of money. So maybe she worked out a deal with the two of them to stay there. But if that's true, if she stays with Nads, guaranteed that's not going to go over well or for very long. But in the meantime, Nada and Didi are going to milk that cow. And that's what she gets. Fondue Pondu says, Foodie Beauty, you have been educated ad nauseum, and you do with this because you know it's infuriating to people. F you. Seriously, you're ignorant. So Chantal did a community post saying, hey guys, I just want to apologize for saying the R word in my recent stream and anytime I've said it in the past. I used to defend the use of it, but accept that it is now used as slur, and it's not a nice word to use at all. I will try very hard not to use it anymore. Chantal, you've used the R word multiple times over the years. Multiple. And now you're apologizing? You didn't just do it once and slipped up. You used it multiple times. So why the apology now? And your apology means crap. It means crap. But yeah, she posted that. Here's an informative post, courtesy of Alaya Sultana, saying, well, that's the look you get after making fun of another woman's looks and age-shaming her. Miss T says, this is more than sodium. Swelling under the eyes or in other areas of the body, like the hands, feet, or abdomen, can be caused by several organ-related issues, particularly involving 1, kidney failure. The kidneys help regulate fluid balance. If they aren't functioning properly, excess fluid can accumulate, leading to swelling, edema, especially around the eyes and in the legs. 2, heart failure. If the heart isn't pumping efficiently, fluid can build up in the body, causing swelling in the lower extremities and sometimes around the eyes. 3, liver failure. The liver produces proteins that regulate fluid balance. When it fails, fluid retention can occur, leading to puffiness in various parts of the body. And this is because of a post that Unicorn Pondu putting up saying, what in the sodium is going on? So that this was from her current live stream. She looks, like I said, she looks terrible. I'm not being hateful saying that. Am I wrong? She looks terrible. She looks swollen, bags underneath the eyes. I don't know what's going on here, but she looks like she needs to go to a freaking hospital. And here's an example of her ripping people off. Fondue Pondu says, Foodie Beauty, just a reminder that Chantal did not do the mukbang she was paid to do by Ryu, but certainly took the money. So here's the comment. Kenny Schwab says, wait, you didn't do the tortilla yet that someone paid you to do? Listen, Beezers, anybody that gives her money, I don't care if it's in the form of a super chat, a super thanks, a super sticker, you're sending her money on PayPal, you give her even $1, you're a fool. You should know better. I mean, you can't look at Girl World and like shake your finger at us and say like, we didn't know. You knew. You knew she was a scam artist. How many times y'all gonna let her take your money and give nothing back? You're over there practically supporting her. You're supporting the woman. You're paying for her food. You're paying for her rent. You're paying for that loser live-in companion Salah. You're paying for all that stuff. Yet you don't take her to task when she lies to you, when she makes empty promises to you, and she says, I'm going to do members-only content, and then doesn't do it. You guys don't take her to task. You let her get away with it, so she keeps doing it. And if you send her money on PayPal, you are the biggest fools. There's a reason why she says send the money under friends and family. You want to know why? Because you can't get that money back, no matter what you do. It's non-refundable. So if you're sending her money to eat something, buy something, chances are she may not do what you pay her to do. But regardless, she's got your money. It's not a doggone thing you can do about it. So sorry you got ripped off, but you set yourself up for that to happen, and that's your fault. A fool and his money are soon parted. And when she goes online, that's what she's looking for, is the fools. Fondue Pondu says, Foodie Beauty, just remember, Beezers, this is how she really values you guys speaking out against her. If you don't suck her gunt, you can get effed. Wake up. So let's watch the clip.
But whatever. Gia, bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Oh, sorry. I was on it.
But whatever. Gia, bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Like, this is how she treats her Beezers. This person who's, her numbers look terrible. Terrible. For a 100K channel, they are terrible. Beezers, this is how she treats y'all. She looks at people the way that somebody would look at a disposable razor. She looks at you guys as just something that can be thrown away, not valued. At the same time, without YouTube, without you Beezers, like, where would she be? Without her YouTube channel, she'd be absolutely effed. Because her YouTube channel is how she makes money. It's how she funnels the other feedies to PayPal to get more money. It's like the portal for everything else, for her cameos, for the private feedie content. Like, this is the starting point right here. So you would think that since YouTube is the only thing she can do, the only thing she wants to do, that she would be nicer to people, but she's not. She's arrogant. Arrogant. And y'all, again, y'all let her get away with her treating you guys like trash. It's your fault.
Don't threaten me with a good time. If you want to unsub, unsub. People unsub, and then...
By the way, do you know why Foodie doesn't care about you Beezers if you quit? Because she buys subs. So if, let's just say 100 of you guys left. You said, bye-bye. She would just buy subs. She's been caught doing it in the past, buying subs, because she wants to keep her sub number at 100K. The numbers matter to her. Although those bought subs do not translate into a bigger paycheck. It's just a number on a page. It matters to her. So if 100 or 200 of you guys left, she could just go to a site, buy subs, and say, oh, well. Oh, well.
More people subscribe. It doesn't really affect me at all.
The only time her channel grows is when she buys subs.
I'm not going to be afraid to give my opinion just based on hurting the fifis of a few people. Sorry.
Snotty Beach. Okay, so here's some of the content. This is the person, Gia, that she was just talking to. Here's her comment. Chantal, I am unsubbing. You will do anything for blankers. Your mama said it many times across many months for hours. Isabella Lee said the person who gave the pets away for a stranger. True. Jackie says, and why do you defend your mama so much, Chantal? Because he was kissing her butt. That's why. All right, so that's that clip. Moving on. Red Zesty said, I'm starting to question if Salah is trying to expedite Foodie Beauty's end. A, he openly encourages her to eat more to stick it to the haters. B, now he's pushing her to get a pedicure. A toenail infection could be easily take out someone with uncontrolled diabetes. That is true. If you're someone and you have diabetes, you can't really go to a regular salon to get your nails cut just because if, say, you went to a regular salon and the person doing your pedicure or even your manicure, if they happen to make the tiniest little cut in the nails, like if you've got nerve damage, you're not going to feel it. You're not going to feel the pain. You're not going to feel that there's a cut somewhere, and you're not going to pay attention. And that could become infected, which then might become septic. So she has to go to podiatrist, I think it is. Forgive me if I'm saying the wrong name. She has to go somewhere special to get her nails done. And we've all seen evidence that she's got nerve damage in her leg. So it certainly wouldn't be safe for her to go to a salon and get her nails cut, or even it wouldn't be safe for someone around her personally to cut her nails, just because the chance of injury and infection. Yeah, a toenail infection could lead to losing a foot. One moment. Okay, let's get back. So where are we? Okay, Girl Scout says, surprise, surprise, Foodie Beauty taking money for mukbangs and not fulfilling them. If you are stupid enough to send her money, then don't complain when she takes it and fails to follow through. We all know Chantal is a grifter, but also crappy of her to do this. Yeah, it's crappy of her. It's just more negative energy that she's collecting that it's going to boomerang and hit her in the back of the head one day. Like, if you spend your life, if you're ripping people off, you're scamming people, you're lying people, eventually you're going to arrive at a place where you put yourself in a corner where there's nobody left to scam. There's nobody left to lie to. There's no one that's going to buy your lies. It's just not going to happen. And she's quickly arriving at that place where she's going to find herself in a corner and no one is going to rescue her. Nobody. Like, no one's going to help her out. And she doesn't care, though. She thinks somebody somewhere is always going to, come along and give her a hand. Sandy Quesadilla says, is she pretending they hosted Eid in that tiny, dirty flat with just the one pan and one set of plates and coterie? Yeah. As if anybody would go over to that cramped little apartment. That dirty little apartment. Hectic Llama says, sometimes I accidentally pause at the perfect spot. Happy accidents, Hectic Llama. Happy accidents. Queen Jellybean says, Foodie Beauty started her live, realized the filters weren't turned up high enough, and nearly knocked her phone off the stand trying to fix it. That's a rough 41. So you guys want proof she uses filters? The magic of filters? This is how she started the live. That is what her face looked like. And then she's like, oops, I didn't turn up the filter big enough. And look what a difference that is. Look what a difference filters can make. And that's with some of the filters on. That's with them turned up a little bit more. Jeez. The things you're hiding beneath those filters, Foodie. Day-to-day Ray says, wow, not even 5 minutes into Foodie Beauty's live, and she is ragey, red lipstick and all. Oop. Oh, we are here for a good rage. Bring it, bring it, bring it. Bring me your rage, Foodie. Give me dessert. I've got a sweet tooth today. I'm drinking my coffee, but I can always use a little more sweet to go with my coffee. Let's see. What is she doing? Let's see.
I'm not even going to be pissed at the Life by Jen reference, but what I am.
Okay. What is she talking about? Little backstory. There was a creator, for those who don't know, who are not aware, there was a creator by the name of Life by Jen, who is also very, very, very super morbidly obese, who passed away due to complications from her obesity. So Jen is no longer with us. She's gone. Somebody made a name in chat called Life by Chantal, and she got mad about that.
Pissed at? And there's no excuse for this, okay? Thanks, one call, Joe. There's no excuse. Chantal? How long have I been on the internet? How long has my real name been doxed? Or I've said it, whatever. It's Chantal.
Who cares? Who cares how people pronounce your name? Can I just tell you something I got a bone to pick with you? The way you pronounce the word pasta. It's pasta. Pasta. You pronounce it weird. Pasta. The heck? Like, why are you so caught up on how people pronounce your name? You should be happy that people even say your name still. You're doing that boring nonsense over there. You should be happy that people are still talking about you because you're not even working on your doggone channel and making your content worth watching. You make the reaction channels work 10 times as hard to make it entertaining. Be happy that people are saying your name at all, whether it's wrong or right. Moving on.
I'm not even going to be pissed.
It's Terry Time says, ooh, are we going to have a red lipstick rage? Kind of, sort of. She didn't have a meltdown rage. I would give it like at a level 2. Perfectly Imperfect said, Foodie Beauty, worst acting ever. Let's watch.
My hair is showing.
Oh boy. All right. Chantal, listen, we're not dumb. You're an idiot. You were shopping on Temu. You got yourself a little hair piece. For some reason, it's important to you that you try to make everybody think that you've got a lot of hair. Even though you're supposed to be a Muslim revert woman where you keep your hair covered, for some reason, it's important to you to show off your hair. We know that's a hairpiece. We know where you got it. We know you got it from Temu. And every once in a while, when you get in the mood, you want to show it off. Like, oops, I'm not supposed to show that. That's not even your real hair, girl. And you want to know how I know? Because you and me, we got the same hair type. We do. Y'all, look. This right, I don't know what this is. Like, I wasn't blessed with good hair. I wasn't. It sucks. But this, I have baby fine, thin hair. And guess what? Foodie has the same. I don't have thick hair. And Foodie, she shaved her head. And she's got bald patches on her head. She's not going to have a long, luscious head of hair. It's just impossible. We got the same hair type, Foodie. I'm clocking you right now. That's not your hair. Your hair don't look like that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Why the F you lying? You know, you always lie. Stop it.
What? Is that my...
What?
Ow!
Oh, is that my hair? Is that my hair that you see? Foodie, you are the queen of trying to stage things. We remember back in the Canadian villa when you were desperate for us to believe that you had a man over and you staged your bedroom and you had condoms laying in random places where they should not be if a man was over. Oh, look, here's a condom on my dresser. I forgot about that, girlfriend. If you were doing the nasty in your bedroom, they wouldn't be across the room on the dresser. They'd be right next to the bed, and that bed would have been tore up, and the sheets would have been off it, and that bed would have been 6 inches away from the wall. Or do you not know that? I don't think you know that. Now you do. Now you do. I don't think you were like had really good. Not that it's my business. I don't care. But you're so desperate for people to believe things that you lie, and you don't even like research how to make things believable. You don't have that here. Shut up.
Oh, shoot. I thought that was my undercap.
Sure.
Because look, it's the same color. Crapola. Okay, hold on. Thank you for letting me know about my... Hold on. Is that hair or undercap? Okay, there's the
He's such a liar.
undercap. I had to pull it out. Okay. Sorry.
Like, I have hair. Even if she has a big head of hair, I don't care. I don't care about her hair. She can have it or not have it. Ain't my business. Okay, something fun from the random guy. Just an octopus strolling along the ocean floor with coconuts. Octopus is like, what? What? I'm just carrying some coconuts. What? I heard that you put the lime in the coconut and you drink it all up. So I got the coconuts. I just can't find the lime. Can somebody help me find the lime? Is there a lime tree around here? Something equivalent? I really want to try this lime and the coconut thing. You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to use the coconuts to like put around myself. I got to take a rest and take a nap. And for those who are wondering, what is this? Nature is amazing. This is a cuttlefish. And they're pretty freaking cool. That's a cuttlefish. Look how gentle this cuttlefish is. And by the way, cuttlefish are really cool because they can change colors based on their environment and their emotions. And here's another little random fact that you didn't know today, but I'm just passing along anyway because I can. I've done some studying up on cuttlefish. Cuttlefish, they can radiate out different colors, but a male can actually mimic looking like a female when it comes to mating season. All right, so moving on. What else we got here? Oh, I think we're done with the ketchup. All right, so let me just stop the screen. The ketchup was a little long. Sorry about that. One more. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, by the way, y'all, I was just informed by a friend that Foodie, that she has a new community post. It's kind of weird. It's about the cameos. So let me just show that real quick before we get into the react, just to keep things updated. She just posted this an hour ago saying, I joined the anti-April Fool's cameo campaign. That's right. This is no April Fool's joke. Cameos are now only $20 until April 5th. Get yours now and don't delay. Get a cameo today. Boy, you're just desperate for that money, aren't you, Foodie? Desperate. Ma'am. You're just grabbing at that money. Maybe you should have sent Natter all that money for groceries and kept it in your pocket instead. Okay, hold on. What do we got here? Oh, where am I going? I don't even know. Okay, there she is. There's our girl. Now we're going to get into the live stream. Now we're going to get into it. I just got to find my way back. There we are. So there's Miss Foodie. This is before she fixed her freaking filters. Look, she forgot about her filters. Look. And then she's like, oops, I didn't have them turned all the way up. Oops. And once again, Foodie, this is not me being a catty female. This is just me being a woman looking at another woman and giving my assessment. You don't look well. You look very pale. You look like you need a hospital. You really do need to go to a hospital, outpatient. That your body is screaming for help from the inside. I can feel it, girl. Anyway, let's keep going.
How come it's like that? I'm just fixing my stand.
Oh, you're not fixing the stand. You're fixing the filters. Watch what happens.
Thing is broke. Wish we had an Amazon here.
See what a difference those filters can make? She just fixed them in real time in front of all of us. Look how much different her face looks now.
Can't see shit.
She had the indentations right there by her chin, and everything looked a bit more natural before. And then you got this. Boy, those filters are the MPP.
Sorry, guys. I just got to check out. I think my stand is broke. My new stand.
It's not. No, that's not the stand doing that. That difference. That's not the stand doing that. She's messing around with the filters.
Not new stand. Sorry, my only remaining stand.
And you know what? I have a question before we get started. Foodie, if you like yourself, if you're okay with who you are, why do you work so hard? Why do you work overtime to be someone else? Why do you work so hard to be another person that is not you? Like you hide your body, you hide your face, you use the filters, you look for any and all ways to disguise yourself, hide yourself, lies, filters, whatever it takes. You're not comfortable with yourself at all. I mean, I'm looking dead at you. Your natural eye color is dark brown, yet when you come on camera, you've got green eyes. Your natural lips are not that full. Your eyes aren't that big. Your skin is not that flawless and smooth. That's a skin smoothing filter. Like there's nothing about you that I'm looking at that is the real you. Not even the hair. Not even the hair. This is the you, sort of, kind of, that you want to believe is real. but it's not. This is sort of kind of I want to say fantasy you, although it's not completely your fantasy, it's the best you can do. That's just how I feel.
Okay, if I'm very careful, it's gonna slide down any minute. Let's wait.
I'm just shocked that she sat there and effed around with the filters in front of people, and we got to see how they work in real time, how we went from what you saw in the beginning to this, like how much work those filters are putting in. They get more of a workout than she does.
Sorry. Okay. Let me just fix myself because.
And another question, because I'm full of questions today, Foodie. How is it and why is it when you come on camera, you care about your appearance when it comes to certain things? You'll make sure to have the filters on. Sometimes you make sure to have the makeup on unless you deliberately want to sad fish your audience and make them feel sorry for you, at which time you deliberately don't put your makeup on to look more pathetic. But you'll put on the filters, all the filters. You will put on the hijab. You know, like I have to make sure that I look a certain way. At the same time, you'll come on camera with filthy, dirty, nasty abayas, stained abayas, abayas with food all over them. So is it that you just care about your face? You care about the appearance of your face, but everything else not so much? You'll care about the makeup and the hijab and like, this is my image. I have to portray that I'm a Muslim woman, but you're not even doing that very well, because Muslim women, people of the Muslim faith and culture, they care about their hygiene. So you'll only go so far as to put on the hijab and the makeup, but wear filthy, nasty clothes and not take a shower. I mean, that's not a complete image. Not at all. That's why none of us believe it.
Tuck my chin. Okay. Lipstick on. Hey, Scrape, Stacy, Rachel, Orange, Lisa Light. I should get my glasses.
Yeah, you should. Why don't you? Although at this point in time, Foodie, she needs prescription glasses. I feel like her vision is really, really bad. You guys can see what I'm rocking. These are just cheap reader glasses. I'm taking my glasses off now. I can see her on the screen right now. I can see the chat, and the letters look a bit out of focus, but because I remember what the letters look like, I can interpret what they're saying, but it's just not as clear. I can only imagine what her vision is like. She needs prescription glasses. So I don't know why she doesn't wear her glasses for the chat.
Carolina, Orange, Richard, Issa P, Ali, Sandra, Lana, Justine, Tracy. Happy belated B-Day. Thank you, Discombobulated. Fupa Folds. Issa P, I look different. I have makeup on. It's so bad when I don't wear makeup that people think I'm very ill.
Here's the sad thing. You're wearing makeup and you still look ill. Honestly, I'm not being hateful. I am not being hateful. You look very, very pale. Your face has got some swelling. You don't look well regardless of the makeup. The makeup can enhance what you have and bring out some of your better features, but it can't disguise sickness 100%.
Or I'm going through some kind of like super horrible life change. Tanya, thank you, B. Thank you. My hair is showing.
Yeah, look, she knows it's showing, and she knows that it's a fake hairpiece.
What? Is that my... Ow! Oh, shoot. I thought that was my undercap.
Listen, you can see the hair. You get the long hair going this way. There ain't no way. Ain't no way. There's been other live streams where we saw, like, remember when we seen the hijab like almost like up to her hairline and you could see underneath it? She's bald. So how do you go from being bald to having hair all the way down to here? Anybody who's ever grown out their hair, some people's hair grows faster than others. How do you go from having like no hair to having hair like drooping all the way down to your ear? That takes years. It takes years for that to happen. Lies.
Because look, it's the same color. Crapola. Okay, hold on. Thank you for letting me know about my. Hold on. Is that hair or undercap? Okay, there's the undercap. I had to pull it out. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm hot. Andre Marie, thank you guys. Hello, everybody I missed.
Do you know the reason why you're hot, Foodie? Because you're wearing the hijab incorrectly. I've seen other women in Kuwait, how they wear theirs. It looks elegant. It looks cool. It looks comfortable. The hijab sits on the head and around the face, but there's spaces around the face to allow heat to escape. You're using the hijab as a way to hold back maybe some fat rolls or something. You know, like, so you're like trying to tuck the fat rolls in using the fabric. So because the fabric is right up against your face, there's no way for heat to escape. You're going to feel hotter because heat, you hold it. If during the winter, you wear stuff on your head and you wear stuff on your feet because the human body releases a lot of heat through the head and through the feet. So if you've got like an undercap on plus the hijab and it's tucked all the way around your face, yeah, it's going to make you feel hotter.
Thank you, Rima. Ramadan is finished. No, you know, I was thinking of going out, like taking you guys out, but we're gonna have to wait till Eid is over because, especially in the evening, guys, Eid is like very busy. So, but we had some people over for tea. Salah and I had a nice dinner together. And then we had some mansif, and then thank you, Buddha. Yeah, I love MAC lipsticks. Vanessa, hello. Yeah, this is one of my favorite abayas. I haven't worn it in a while, so I'm like, but so yeah, we had some tea. Hero, hello. Honestly, like we just kind of worked something out because I don't feel like making a big dinner and everything. So, hey, Mike. Tomorrow Salah's gonna take me out for lunch. So Eid is like today, it's like a 3-day holiday basically here. I ordered an iced coffee and a sweet.
Lord, I just saw the length of this live stream, 3 hours. Y'all, there ain't no way that I can react to all of this, but we'll get through some of it, okay? I don't want to do like a 5-hour react. I got other things to do, but I'm just covering it to keep up with her.
Sweet treat. We had mansaf. Do you know that it's a Jordanian dish? Very popular in the Middle East. Hello. Thank you, Hero. Did I say hi to everybody?
Here we go. Y'all see that comment on the bottom? Life by Chantal.
Yeah, Ramadan is officially over for this year. There's a lot of holidays, yeah. Life by Chantal. Listen.
You know what? In this moment, Foodie could have handled this in a variety of different ways. She's been on YouTube for 8 years. She could have handled seeing that person's name in a variety of different ways. The easiest way would have been just ignore it. If somebody is trolling her, she could have just ignored it like she didn't see it and not feed the trolls. But she's going to remark on it and she's going to get mad when easily all she could have said was nothing. Just glossed right past it. But that person, Life by Chantal, that bothered her. Although it's weird, Foodie. Somebody's making up the name Life by Chantal, you're bothered by the name, but you are not bothered with the thought of you're doing things to hurt yourself. You're doing things to hurt your health. You're doing the Foodie content on and off of YouTube. You've got people around you that they'll pay you to make yourself ill. These things don't bother you, but a name bothers you. A name bothers you. Life by Jen is no longer on this earthly plane. She's been gone for a little while. And what happened to her was tragic. It was very, very sad. And that should have been a wake-up call to you that you need to get your health together, that you can't carry on the way that you do. But you kept on. And now your health is really, really bad. You've had many wake-up calls. You have many times when you could have chosen a different door. You didn't. And you're still choosing not to. You're like, I'm going to live my life the way that I want to. I don't care what happens. Okay. So if that is the attitude, if that is the choice, then don't get mad at people for remarking on something that looks similar.
I'm not even going to be pissed at the Life by Jen reference, but what I am pissed at, and there's no excuse for this, okay? Thanks, one call, Joe. There's no excuse. Chantel, how long have I been on the internet? How long has my real name been doxed? Or I've said it, whatever. It's Chantal.
Oh, so you're mad because somebody chose a different spelling for Chantal than your real name? That part is making you rage? They put an EL in your name versus an AL? Silly.
Yeah, I realize. No, I don't know. No woman stuff in the Middle East. Red lipstick rage. No, Terry, sorry. It's
so sorry, and yet she's going to watch.
Hey, YouTube lover. Not that it matters. I mean, like, you know, I'm done raging.
Sure you are. Ugh. But it's okay. If you don't want to rage, if you decide that you want to be boring during this live, I'll just fast forward you because there's 3 hours worth of content here, or should I say non-tent. I could just breeze through a lot of it, and I'm not mad.
What's poppin'? Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, this person in the chat, Jinger O, they start to give Chantal a little bit of the business. They start making negative comments. And they're starting right now saying, every day is the same. You go nowhere. True.
Chantel. It's not Chantel. My teeth are a bit orange, but whatever. It's natural. It's a natural orange. Well, if you want to go out, Jinger, go out.
Again, she had a choice. When Jinger said that in the chat, she could have ignored it. This is the second time she could have ignored a comment and just kept it moving. But she's looking for a reason to be mad, I think. She's looking for a reason to pop off and get snotty. But you're a content creator. If you're doing a live and somebody is saying something you don't like, either you can block them or you can handle it with humor. There's all kinds of ways to handle it. You would think with her being on YouTube for 8 years, she would know different approaches to different things coming at her.
We're here to celebrate. Exactly. Right, Tracy? Like, hey, Belle. Yeah, I'm going to drink with a straw. I hope it's a plastic one. Not everyone likes going out. Yeah, I'm not going out during a friggin' holiday at night. No. I'm just going to stay in. Thank you. Chantal? Andre Marie? Chantal. How would you, spell Chantal, like, I guess. Chantal. But there is a Chantel. You could spell it E-L or E-L-L-E. Hey, Colette. I used to have a best friend. Her name was Chantel. And we used to get in arguments over whose name was better.
Chantal, Chantel, tomatoes, tomatoes. It's not that big of a deal. All right.
So stupid as kids. I was like, mine is better. I don't remember what my reasoning was. Just because, I guess. Chantel is the English spelling. And English in Chantel is the French way. Don't even need a pin, I guess. So. Can you travel the Middle East? Yeah, I got to get myself right a little bit before, but yes, Stephanie, I would love to. Thanks, Belle.
Chantal, we've been waiting for 3 years for you to get yourself right. It ain't happened yet. It ain't gonna happen.
Really, Lisa Light? Really, Teresa? But Teresa is like pretty, common. I don't know. Sarah. Oh, Sarah? Yeah. I guess, eh? What places in the Middle East specifically, Stephanie? Because technically I am in the Middle East. But like, you mean like what country would you like to go to specifically? I would like to go to Syria. And no, I'm not afraid at all. I would like to go to Jordan, Bahrain.
This is Chantal dreaming out loud. This is something that she does all the time. She talks about the places she wants to go and giving the Beezers the impression that maybe she might end up there one day, because the Beezers, they want to see her travel. They want to see different places and do different things with her. And yet they're not understanding that she's not interested in going anywhere. Anybody's been watching Chantal for a minute, then she hates to travel. She hates to move around. She hates to be around people. She hates going to the airport and having people look at her. She hates getting on the airplane and trying to find a couple of seats next to each other. She hates the whole process. I mean, let's think back to her going to Thailand. Like, what an experience that was. She will travel by plane to get there. And then when she gets there, she doesn't want to move. She wants to find a motel or hotel room and just stay there the entire time until it's time to go. She has absolutely no interest in exploring, in doing things and meeting people, in learning about the culture, being respectful to the people there. Like, she's not a traveler. She just arrives, parks herself somewhere, and that's as far as it goes.
Iran.
Like, when she went to Thailand, we saw far too much of the 7-Eleven. We saw far too much about the food stalls than anywhere else. And that's a shame, because Thailand is full of beautiful places.
Iraq.
And I think the only reason why we saw anything tourist related in Thailand is because she was in Thailand. And if she didn't show her Beezers anything tourist related, they'd be like, what's wrong with you? You're in Thailand. Why aren't you going out? Why aren't you seeing places? So the places that we did see, it was kind of like her throwing them a bone of like, okay, I'll go out and I'll show you some places. Like, she showed us very little. It was almost a have to thing versus a want to thing.
Egypt, yeah, Morocco. But like, people is like, I forget, like Morocco, Algeria, Northern African Arab countries they're not considered the Middle East, right? They're North Africa. I don't know. You're used to your name being butchered constantly. Really, Colette? Did he like it? Oh yeah, Lebanon too. Yeah. Really, Bridge? Okay. I would still love to see them. There's a literal war going on in Syria. Yeah, I know. It's not safe right now, but some areas are worse than others. Oh, really, Sarah? You'd love to go to Ireland?
Okay, we're moving ahead. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, she's leaving the camera anyway. That's fine. Oh, shoot. She's got donuts. I'm just like doing the preview windows. She's got freaking donuts. Of course she's got donuts. You know, because diabetes, who cares, right? We've got donuts. You know what? It's her health. It's what she's choosing to do. It's her body. But I just think it's ridiculous that you're going to get mad at somebody for the Life by Jen reference. At the same time, just even like 15 minutes later, you're going to get on camera and eat a bunch of donuts. How ridiculous is that? How ridiculous?
People celebrate different ways. Like traditionally, they go and spend a ton of money getting all dressed up and nice, depending, I guess, how rich you are. Buying gold and stuff like that, new clothes. Having gatherings, having tea, sweets.
Yeah, speaking of that, look, Chantal, I know you're really not a real Muslim revert. You've been in Kuwait for how long, and your behaviors are the same as you were in Canada. You're just wearing a different set of clothing. But how sad is it that it's Eid? Where is your husband? Why isn't he spending Eid with you? You want to know why? Because he's spending time with his family. But why isn't the family spending Eid with you? Why isn't anybody spending Eid with you since you're a Muslim revert? Why are you all by yourself? Maybe because you're not taking it seriously, so you're not invited.
Dinner. I guess going out to malls and cafes, so it's going to be super busy. So no thanks. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I know, YouTube lover.
Like everybody's going out and celebrating except for her. 3 years in Kuwait. She should have some friends. Someone to socialize with, right? At least one person. Nope. She's all by herself.
I didn't even see her comment, Soda and Sadness. What did you say? Yeah, I dye my hair.
What hair? You're bald. What is there to dye? You have no hair. No shade on anybody who dyes their hair. Look, y'all can see my hair. I got gray all over the place. I'm okay with it though. But if you dye your hair, no shade. Absolutely none. She's just claiming to have hair to dye, and that's not the case.
They go all out.
Lord Almighty, that diabetes is screaming right now with that donut.
We're just peasants, so we just do small things.
You wouldn't be peasants if you weren't sending Natter all your money. $2,000 in groceries. Should have kept that in your pocket.
Where's the cream?
Oh my God. Really? 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 You're going to sexualize a donut? You disgusting, feral, nasty woman. You're so gross. You're so... Girl, you ain't getting none. Seriously, you ain't getting none. You are not getting any action from Salah for you to act this way in front of the camera. Ew, YouTube, not appropriate. This is an all ages platform. Why are you acting like that? You nasty, nasty, perverted woman.
That's getting clipped.
Yes, it is.
Eid is the end of Ramadan celebration of feast, basically. Okay. Banned.
Yeah, you know what? When Foodie says I'm hyper and you're all going to get it, I remember back in the day when she used to say that. Usually that pertained to Foodie was on something that gave her energy, something artificial, that stuff. I'm not saying she's doing that stuff in Kuwait. It could be something else, but Foodie is not a hyper person naturally. She lacks energy. She's very sluggish. So if she's got some energy, your eyebrow needs to go up. Like, did you take something, Foodie? I think you did.
I don't know. I've tried the Ramadan donuts. That's why I want to try this one. What's not plain cheese?
Apologies for watching her eat. I don't like it either.
Egypt, Middle East, Morocco, not? That's so strange.
Okay, some Soda and Sadness is pointing this out. Soda and Sadness says you said that you wanted to see where Salah is from in reference to Syria. But now you are saying he's from Kuwait. Exactly. This is why she shouldn't lie. She can't keep track of her lies. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is in the chat. Ashley Lamborghini. It's about time you changed your name back. So now we got the unholy trinity in there for sure.
So he was born in Kuwait, but he's Syrian. Like, I don't know how else to explain that. And he has family in Syria that he's visited. When you're born in Kuwait, like his blood, his DNA, Syrian. Where you're born in doesn't make you what you are. You know? I hope that clears it up.
Getting on the defensive for absolutely no random reason. And while we're on that subject, Foodie, you were born in Canada. You are a Canadian citizen. You are supposed to be visiting Kuwait. You are a tourist, but you are not a natural citizen. Therefore, you are not a Kuwaiti citizen. Therefore, there's only so much you can do in Kuwait. You've been scamming the system and living there underneath the radar when you shouldn't have been, but you are not a Kuwaiti citizen. You are a Canadian citizen. Although at some point, you're going to get caught. You're going to get caught. They're going to catch you. And the longer you stay there, the greater your chances of them catching you.
Relieved? No, not relieved. You know. Yeah, Icarus, right. No, Kuwait doesn't have birthright citizenship like the US. Exactly. Thank you, Jasmine. Yeah, he's a Syrian. Yes, he's, I guess citizen.
This is what she's doing. She's playing the semantics game right now. That's what Foodie does. When people start asking the hard questions, she'll start playing semantics and she'll trip over her own tongue trying to explain things away. Like, oh, it's this and not this, or this and not that. Semantics. That's when you're talking to someone like Chantal, who's a narcissist, who's a liar. The best way to go about it is to cover all bases at once. Because if you give her just a little bit of wiggle room, she'll take advantage. She'll play the semantics fine print game. Because it's all in the fine print with Chantal. She'll always find a way to wiggle her way out of answering something fully or make it seem like she's not lying. You got to cover all the bases at once. You can't leave even one uncovered.
But he has a residency here. Exactly. You'll never be, unless you're Kuwaiti, you'll never have a citizenship, no matter where you're from. Even me, like, you know.
And here's an interesting fact. Andre Marie says, I was born in America, but I'm French bloodline. Guess what, y'all? So am I. Part of my heritage is French. I am, let's see, German, Irish, French, Native American. Like, but considering that I do have the French heritage, courtesy of my mother's side, Chantal, we French people don't claim you. Go away.
I'm not,
F off. You can't sit with us. No, ma'am.
not even sure. I think even if you marry a Kuwaiti. What plain cheese? All humans are from Africa. He was born here. Yeah, he was, Nina. Mm-hmm. Canada has birthright citizenship. Yeah. Who's that fried chicken?
Okay, like she's just talking semantics with the name, blah, blah, blah. This is a long live stream. I want to get through the majority of it, so let's just get past this nonsense.
Tell you. I don't think, well, yeah.
She's leaving again. What'd you go get, Chantal? What is it? What'd you get?
Why do you guys force me to say these names? You. What do you do? Ooh. Really, Ava? Thank you. Oh yeah, with bypass, yeah, the donuts would probably make you sick. You look this. I look the same, Tracy. Before 9/11, that's true. 9/11 changed travel forever. Yeah. Salah and I were talking about that the other day. We were watching. Thanks, Jackie. You guys are.
I hate the lies. I really do. Her lying about spending time with Salah as if he wants to. He don't want to spend any time with her. But I hate the lying. I don't know why she just can't be truthful and say, look, he's not here most of the time. He's got stuff to do or people to spend time around, and it's Eid and he's with family. I don't know why it's so hard for her to tell the doggone truth. She's going to tell all these ridiculous stories about we spent time together. We cuddle up in bed together. When he's around her, he's always got this vibe of like, don't touch me, Chantal. Don't come near me. He is so not into her that this man will go out of his way around the corner, around the block to not be near her. He will sit across the room from his wife versus right next to her. When she does the live streams, he goes to his bedroom and he shuts the door. And she's got to ring an actual doorbell to get in the door. That is not normal behavior for a married couple. If you're married, you want to be around your wife or your husband. Like you enjoy their company. You're not so against it. But these two are so not connected. I hate the freaking line. Hate it. If you're in a marriage where you're married to somebody and you guys are so disconnected that it's obvious there is an abyss between the two of you, like you're living in the same house, but there's no communication at all. There's a feeling of I'm avoiding you, you're avoiding me. Let's just go into our separate rooms and not talk. It's time to let that marriage go. It's not happy. Nobody's happy. By trying to avoid some uncomfortable argument, fight moments, you put the gap between you. It just, the silence is screaming at you that it's time to let it go.
Post-Eid. Yeah, kind of like a vape poop ninja.
I heard there was rages here. Where are they? What is I ain't got time for all this boring nonsense. Hurry up. I got important things to do today. I ain't got time to sit here for 3 freaking hours and go through blah, blah, blah. Where's the good stuff? I need to know where the good stuff is. Tell you what, let me go find it. Okay, I just stopped the stream for a minute. I'm looking for the good stuff. I'm not here for this boring crap. Like, I think I found something. Let's keep going.
Based on just the airport, but the airport was just, and their airline is just awful.
Why? Because they didn't cater to you? When people don't cater to you, they're awful? Are you saying that because you didn't get a free extra seat? Or they didn't put you on the golf go-kart and like drive you across the airport? You're making claims about Germany, but you're not saying what they did wrong. If you can't state a reason about what somebody did wrong, then obviously they've done nothing wrong. Because once you point a finger and say they did something wrong and they were rude, provide an example. What did they do? You can't provide one because you don't really have one.
Awful. Maybe because I'm spoiled with, like, I'm telling you, but like the Gulf country hospitality.
There it is. There it is. Maybe I'm spoiled because when she travels to the Middle East, they coddle her or they bend over backwards to make sure she's comfortable. And Germany doesn't do that. Therefore, Germany, you're bad. You're bad, Germany. Shame on you. What are you doing not catering to Chantal, this 500-pound toddler? What's wrong with you that you're not bending over backwards to make sure she's comfortable? Germany, I applaud you. German citizens, I applaud you. You're treating her the way that she should have been treated growing up. If she had been treated that way, she might be a little bit different person now. Too many people catering and coddling to this one, and that's why she is the way that she is.
If you guys come to like Kuwait, Qatar, you're like Dubai, like you're just not going to want to, you're going to feel like spoiled. You're not going to want to ever, especially if you're like a woman. I know it's like, it's what contrary to what people believe, but like, yeah, I would like to tour Europe. Yes, Andre Marie, your son, a happy 16th birthday. Happy 16th birthday to Andre Marie's son. Happy birthday. Sweet 16. Winnipeg? Oh. I'd like to go to Winnipeg someday. You're pale after? Oh, okay. I lived in Italy and have a place there. It can be racist, but it's amazing. Really? Everywhere can be racist, though, I think, eh?
You know, I've never traveled outside the United States, but I do watch videos from people that travel abroad. And no matter where you go, the feeling is the same. If you're someone and you're living in a certain country, and you're traveling to a country that is not your own, no matter where you go in the world, the same rules apply. If you want to have a good time, if you don't want any problems, you don't want to make any trouble, the best thing you can do is be respectful of that country, be respectful of the people, the culture, the laws, the regulation of that country. Do some studying, do some research on the laws, the regulations, the culture, the traditions, the manners, even the language of that country. Because there are some countries where people who live in that country, maybe in the past they put up with people who traveled from abroad to their country and acted badly. People coming in, being rude, being arrogant, just not doing right. And maybe those people in that country, they got a bad impression of travelers from other places. They expect bad behavior. They expect bad manners. They expect some kind of disrespect. But if you're someone, you're going somewhere else and you are doing your homework and you're studying up on what things are disrespectful and rude, what the laws are. You're making an attempt to learn as much of the language for a basic conversation as you can. It gives a good impression that you're coming in with the attitude of, this is not my house. This is not my country, but I'm walking in to somebody else's house, somebody else's country. And I am being respectful, as I would be if I went to somebody's actual house. I understand that I am a guest. And as a guest, then it should be no question that I should behave myself. And there are different places where things that we might do in the United States, in other countries, it could be seen as very disrespectful. Hence the reason why you got to do your homework and your research, so that you can do your best not to be offensive, not to appear rude, not to appear careless or reckless or just out of pocket. Chantal, even though she's traveled different places, she never did any homework or any research about what is disrespectful to say that people in Thailand. What is disrespectful to Cuba? She doesn't care. She's like, I'm going to show up and people just have to adjust to me instead of the other way around. Like, I'm interested in one day going to Japan. I think it'd be fabulous to go to Japan. I know it's expensive, but I've already studied up on the language, on the culture, on the people, because if I go somewhere, I want to be respectful. I want to be able to talk to people a little bit and make my way around and have a good time. And I would think I could have a better time being respectful than disrespectful. So her getting treated badly by the German people, I'm pretty sure that had something to do with something that she did.
Munich. Where did I go? Oh, at the Frankfurt airport. They were just not nice.
Translation, they didn't cater to me. They didn't give me like a little golf cart. They didn't give me a little golf cart ride to the gate. They didn't carry my bags for me. They didn't give me an extra seat. That's what she means.
Anytime I asked for anything or like asked them questions, or on the plane they were crabby and I got food poisoning. I don't know. I didn't like it. But I've never been in the country to explore, so I can't say anything about that.
No, you haven't.
Italy looks like fun. Have you ever seen...
Maybe the people on the airplane got irritated and crabby with you because you kept asking for food.
Under the Tuscan Sun? I'm from Ontario. I love Canada, but would be interested in the Middle East. Yeah, it's really... You have to come here to experience it, you know? If you come to places like if you go to Egypt, and I'm not being derogatory, okay? It's like there's a lot of culture, history, beautiful country, but don't travel there as a woman by yourself. You're going to be harassed. There are a lot of people who like beggars, and there's like scammers. There's like nice people obviously too, but
Chantal, I hate to break it to you, but every country, you're going to have scammers. You're going to have con artists, people that are trying to swindle you. They're everywhere. They're in the United States. They're outside the United States. They're in Europe. They're all over the place. They're everywhere. And it's funny that you're complaining about scammers when you're one yourself.
You're not going to get that if you come to like a Gulf country. You're not going to get...
Excuse me? I've never been to the Middle East, but I'm pretty sure there might be some scammers there.
Anyone harassing you, like, they're just so much safer.
Chantal, you're saying that as someone that you've been in the Middle East for, 3 years? But you make it your business to not go out and be around people. So you cannot form an educated, experienced opinion. You make it your business to stay in that apartment and not go anywhere. And when you do go someplace, you're in the car, you drive to get food, you come back home. You're not out amongst the people to say that. You're not.
If you want to travel alone, if you want to travel like and not be harassed by like people always trying to sell you something, always approaching you with something like, hey, do you want to ride?
Not this scammer putting down other people for scamming when she gets on YouTube and does it to her beezers. Not this one. Her over there saying to her beezers, send me money on PayPal, do some fan sponsorships. Not this one. Talking negatively about other scammers at the same time she's guilty of it 100 times over.
This camel, blah, blah, blah. You don't get that here, like at all. Like, that's what I like, you know? Hey, Dan. Thank you. You have to go in a group. Yeah. Yeah, I would say. Yeah. Nina, right? Bridge. I've never been to Egypt. Salah has. He has some friends there too. But
why is she bringing up Egypt? Because of Nader?
We want to go, but I don't think the summer is the best time. It's going to be too hot. They're poor and desperate for money. Yeah, that's true. That Nostune right there, that's the difference. Like, these are rich countries. But even a lot of the expats are not wealthy, but they don't bug you, you know? Maybe because it's like, I don't know if it's against the law. But you're right. Like, if we go to Egypt, we're not going to be like, oh, get away from me, scammer. Like,
again, you're talking about places you will never end up going to. It's easy to talk about travel, Chantal. It's easy to talk about, I want to go here, I want to go there, blah, 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 blah. But if you really want to go there, you got to put a blueprint in motion to make it happen. Like, okay, I want to travel. I want to go to Germany. I want to go to Germany. Okay, so what does it take to go to Germany? What do I need to do? First thing, I need to get my health together. I need to start losing some weight. I need to get to a place health-wise where I can travel safely. Second thing, I need to save up money to go to this place. I don't know how much I'll need, but the more money in pocket, the better, which means I need to slow down with these mukbangs and I need to start putting money away. Let's think about where we're going to stay, what we're going to do, what attractions we're going to go look at, what parts of Germany, just start putting all the pieces together. But all you do is talk about, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there, but you're not going to go anywhere.
We're going to go there knowing it's also very cheap. We're going to have a certain amount of money to give to people and help people out. I think a lot of them, not all of them are scammers. I think a lot of them are just trying to make like a buck, you know? Thank you, Martha. Yeah, this is a MAC lipstick. I love it. Where is it?
Anymore, when she goes to travel somewhere, it's not about, I really want to go to that place. It's about, let's find the cheapest place to go where I can spend the least amount of money on boarding and food. That's why she went to Thailand. Plus, there was the added bonus of she could smoke her green there, although that's not the case now. So if she travels somewhere, she's on the lookout for the cheapest place. Not because she's like, oh, I really want to see that place and it just happens to be cheap. No, it's about, I don't really want to spend as much money.
The mocha from Dunkin', I'm sorry.
You know what? Shut up talking about food. Food. Ugh.
Did they just kill you for? I don't know. I don't know. Stealing. Lying. Smuggled edibles back from Thailand? Where? When? Like recently? Do you think I would risk being allowed back in the country? I don't think so. Frick.
Speaking of doing things, I'm going to bring something up. And I'm not saying this is like a definite thing. This just a question I have. Just a question. Chantal, I remember you showing us big bags of nutmeg. You're not a baker. You really don't cook. And you certainly don't cook a lot of things with nutmeg in it. But you showed us some really huge amounts of nutmeg. For those who don't know, not aware, you can actually get high off of nutmeg. I don't know if she's doing it, but I do think it's weird that she had these big bags of nutmeg. And after getting the bags of nutmeg, she's not showing herself cooking with nutmeg. So why did she get that nutmeg? Is it just something legal that she could get high off of? I wonder, like Chantal's not someone who cooks, so she doesn't bake. So why have the nutmeg?
That's always a rough transition, going from a pro-canny country to a non-one during your 3-day MIA. What the hell? Hydra, I did look burnt, but no. If I'm really tired, that's what happens. They think you're a mastermind while also demeaning you. Mm-hmm.
No, Chantal's not a mastermind. She's far too sloppy to be a mastermind. If she were a mastermind, she would be able to tell lies and make people believe them. And she wouldn't get caught so much in her lies. Like she forgets. There's one of her and there's so many of us in girl world. And for her, that's like walking into a room filled with mirrors all over the place, getting different perspectives and different parts of her reflection. And she hates that. She hates the fact that she's got on YouTube. She started telling these lies. And the more lies that she tells, the more we catch her in. She wants to be able to control the narrative and rewrite the narrative at will. And she can't do that with Girl World. She hates all the receipts that we have. She hates the fact that we can poke holes in her lies. So no, she's not a mastermind, but she's engaging in this ridiculous game of, I'm going to tell a bunch of lies and see which ones fly and which ones people don't find out about and which ones people do. When the simple solution would be stop lying. Just stop.
Broke Down Palace. Yeah, that's a good movie, ECP. Really? You've been to Syria, Rima? Frankie Flower. How do you think? Like, I was doing a friggin' wheelchair a day, and then I came to a dry country,
That's true. When Chantal was back at the Canadian villa, her party favor use was out of control. And for those who are watching this video and you're scratching your head because you don't know what she's talking about with the wheelchairs, please allow me to explain to you, to give some context. A wheelchair edible is a very high-powered, potent edible. Wheelchair edibles are basically for people who have, say, terminal illnesses, are in a great deal of pain. Wheelchair edibles are about 1,000 milligrams. 1,000. And back in the day, I looked up the cost of a wheelchair edible, and they go for like $100 to $120 per edible. And she was doing one a day. So she was spending at least $100 a day just for that. Do the math. $3,000 a month on wheelchair edibles alone. That's not counting the green products she was smoking all day. That does not include the takeout meal she was getting 3 or 4 times a day, nor the junk food, nor the daily trips to Starbucks. I'm telling you, she used to make dumb amounts of money, and she was stupid with it. And it's all gone now. Nobody needs 1,000 milligrams of anything per day. But she chased her tolerance all the way up to where it got to a point where the edibles no longer affected her. She was doing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 milligrams a day. It was insane. Nobody needs that much.
I gotta use the washroom. Why do I have a bladder? I know. Like, you'd be surprised. But I don't really smell it out here. I don't know. Sometimes I'll go for a little outside, you know. It's a mess. It's not really too bad. There's a bit of clutter. Like, that's where we keep things we don't really use. So.
And I don't know if she's trying to claim that the cigarette that was on the couch was Salah's, but I just can't see it belonging to him, because people noticed there was a cigarette sitting on the couch in the last live stream that she did where she was cleaning. If Salah's a smoker, why would he leave a whole cigarette behind? That don't even sound right.
So smokes are really cheap here too. It's like a carton is like 20 bucks. Less than 20 bucks.
And how would you know that? And why would you know that if you're not smoking cigarettes? If he's the one smoking cigarettes, how and why would you know that? Unless you're buying his smokes or you're buying them yourself. Thanks for telling on yourself. Have a nice day.
The tortilla mukbang? Oh, yeah. No, we didn't. We ordered cigarette on the couch. That might have been one of his friends.
As if anybody's going to come over to the house while you're there.
I don't know. All his friends smoke. Every single one.
Again, listen. I'm a smoker. Okay? That Rose Thorn has a nasty habit that Rose Thorn is trying to fix. I am weaning myself off of cigarettes. I am. But I am a smoker. I have never heard of somebody who smokes leaving their smokes at somebody else's house. Never. You take your smokes with you. You don't just randomly leave a cigarette at somebody else's place. You keep your smokes beside you. What are you talking about? What?
Like, I swear.
What the F? Rima Musa says, my cigarettes cost $61 in Australia. What? Yeah, if I lived in Australia, I'd be quitting, because that's insane.
You smoke great. My cigarettes cost $61. That's just the norm, yeah. Yeah, we had Mensev.
Okay, you know what? I'm not here for the cigarette talk. Get on with yourself. Let's do this.
They said besides family, Kenny. But I guess you missed that part. Cornwall has good. Really? Chinese?
Like, I'm so bothered. I'm so bothered right now. Her boredom bothers me. The whole vibe that she's got going on bothers me. I'm going to turn on my camera. I'm going to sit here and smoke my shisha, and it's irritating to some of my viewers. And I'm just going to sit here and let the chat come up with things to talk about. And I'm going to be looking at the clock the entire time to see when we're at the 2-hour or 3-hour mark. It's so boring.
I'm telling you. Yeah. I mean, I'm going through a specific bout of anxiety. I don't know why. Nicole, yeah. Have I blocked mods? No. I got rid of a couple who are I just unmodded like a couple people who. I mean, if you're never in my chat, what's the point?
Wow. She just unmodded people. So, Tyrant Foodie Beauty, if you're never in her chat, or how dare you have something else to do? How dare you have a life? How dare you may have a job or family or obligations? If you're not there all the time to mod for her whenever she decides to go live, whether it's 10 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, you better be there or you're losing your wrench. She's the only one who acts this way. I haven't seen any other channel who acts this way. That once they give you a wrench, they own you and they own your time. And you have to be there whenever they go live. Nobody but Chantal does this. No one but her.
Yeah.
I guess Chantal forgets about the fact that if you're a mod in a chat, you're spending your time helping the content creator for free. It's not paid for. The content creator is not paying you and to be on the clock. It's just somebody helping you out. And mods are very helpful. If you're someone trying to do a live chat, they help to keep a watch on things so that you, the content creator, can enjoy yourself and the people in the chat can enjoy themselves. And it's a good time. They are there to help add in the pleasant ambiance. They're giving up their time for free. So some can be there more often, some not so often, but why punish people for having a life?
I think no, Zoe. I have to quit shisha. It's hard. I know, we have to post on it. We have to do content. He's 31.
You know, it's really sad, Chantal. You had this Salah and Chantal channel. That's pretty much been abandoned. You have a Twitch channel. That got abandoned. Like even your flagship channel, this one, you barely do anything on. Even though you've basically said, I'm going to focus on the Foodie Beauty channel, you're not even working hard on it. Anything to do with Salah, you pretty much have given up.
You hear people yelling? They yelled, "Shut up." Even if someone did yell, "Shut up," do you think we care? But no, they didn't. Hey, Layla. Yeah, I know. I need to find a bunch of things. I need to change my whole life.
We've been hearing that for years. When exactly is it going to happen? And Chantal, you don't have to change your whole life overnight. Depending on who you are and where you are in your life and what's wrong, it can take time to make changes. You start off with something small, you accomplish it, and then you move on to bigger and better things. That's what you do. But you don't even try. You make more problems versus solving them. And Baked Korean is right. You should respect your neighbors, but you don't.
That's why it's hard. 10 years. Is he 31 or 32? I thought we were 9 years apart. 94. How do you say shut up in Arabic? I don't know. I've never heard someone say that in Arabic.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure Salah has told you that many times.
I've only ever seen people do this. Like, if they want you to stop talking for a minute, they'll go like this. Milk is halil. Milk is halib, right? Yeah. Water is my. Yeah, Terry. I struggle with basic self-care. I struggle with like the motivation, but no, because I'm married, so
What's that? What's that got to do with anything?
hygiene is like really big in Arabic culture. Like, if I even like have hair on my arms, it grosses him out. So I have to be very
Chantal, you're trying to give the implication that he sees you without your abaya on. He doesn't.
meticulous with.
I mean, I hate to be rude. I hate to be that one, but according to you, if he doesn't even want to see your chin, I don't think he wants to see your arm either. I think he prefers you covered up for a reason.
Hygiene. No, Renelle, I haven't. My feet, even he's like, I have to. He really wants me to go to a spa, but I try my best to do what I can.
How is that possible? Again, I hate to be that one. I hate to be rude, but you showed us yourself that just to put your shoes on, you kind of got to do like a gymnastic type of move where you take your leg and you're sitting on the couch, you put your foot on the couch, and that's how you put your shoes and your socks on. So if that's what you got to do just to put your shoes on, how in the world are you able to give yourself foot care? I mean, there's a lot you could do in that position. You can wash your feet. You could take a washcloth and wash your feet and really look at them. But you said yourself long ago, anything from the waist down, you don't wash. You don't wash like from your waist down.
No, I do it myself. Hey, Rastana. Why are people so... I noticed in Gore World, I don't know if it's because like a lot of reactors, they just don't have anything else interesting to... They just don't have like any intellectual interest in anything else.
Not true. Not true. And if you're going to attack the intellectual intelligence of Girl World, if we're all so freaking stupid, Chantal, how is it that it's so easy to catch you in your lies? How is it so easy? You make it easy because your lies are so stupid. You're such a dumb liar. If we're so intellectually challenged, if we are not intelligent people, why is it that we show the receipts? Why is it that we can bring stuff up and call you on the carpet for all your stuff so simple? How and why could we do that if we were all dumb? You're the dumb one for lying in the first place. If you told the truth, there'd be nothing to catch. We wouldn't be talking about your lies if you did not lie, but you insist on lying. And can I just put this out there, y'all? Here's a different perspective. And I thought about this. I asked myself the question, why does Chantal insist on lying? I think I might have an answer for you. It's not so much that she's lying to us for us to believe her. I mean, she is doing it for that purpose, but that's not the entire reason. Going deeper, going beneath the surface, going to the deeper levels of that, Chantal's happiness depends on her lying to herself and making herself believe this fake, phony life that she puts in front of people, believing that it's actually true when it's not. By putting out the lie to everybody, by doing these live streams, by doing these videos, by putting on this window display, this window dressing of this is my life and this is who I am and this is my character, she's in a way trying to convince herself that it's real, that she is a Muslim revert, that she has a handsomest man husband who loves her. She's desperate to live in that delusion, that fantasy. She's trying to convince herself up here that it's actually a real thing. So she's trying to convince us, but she's trying to convince herself more, because without the illusion, without the mirage, without the window dressing, what does she have? If there was no window dressing, if there was no fake, phony life, what life would there be? Away from that, there's none. You want to know why? Because she spends so much time putting so much into this fake, phony life in front of us. She put absolutely zero into Chantal Marie. She has invested nothing in Chantal Marie's education, in her health, in her finances, in her overall happiness. That way, when the cameras are turned off, the person known as Chantal Marie actually has a life. No, everything has gone to this character, Foodie Beauty. She wants to stay on stage. She doesn't want to get off stage. She doesn't want the other side of things and live in that. Like, she wants to be in front of people all the time, get attention all the time, make money getting attention all the time. She doesn't want to live like an ordinary life where she's just doing her housework or cleaning the carpet or going to take a walk and living a normal life. To her, normal life is beneath her. She doesn't want to deal with that. She doesn't want to deal with reality. So let's just create this illusion, which nobody believes, not even her, but she still tries to convince herself that it is real. And that's why she's hanging on by her doggone fingernails to stay in Kuwait. Because if she went home to Canada, reality would walk up to her real fast and set her straight. The window dressing, the window display would change immensely, and she doesn't want it changed. She has put so much time, energy, and money into this fake, phony life. She doesn't want to give it up. She doesn't want to make up a whole new story arc with whole new characters. She wants to keep it exactly the same. And so here we are. That's my theory.
But they obsess over, like, Amber Lynn, like, they obsess over her bathroom habits. They'll have, like, entire live streams over and over about who wipes her ass.
You know what? You know what I'm hearing, Chantal? Why are they talking about her and not me? It sounds to me like you're mad because people are talking about Amber Lynn and the drama going on with her. You're mad because the name Amber Lynn is on more people's tongues than your name, and yet it's your fault because things are just that boring with you. Like, girl, we're all about the drama, see? And there's not much going on with you. If you went home to Canada, there'd be stuff to talk about. But you sitting in front of a camera, smoking your shisha, talking about food again, talking about your childhood stories again, talking about places you want to see again, there's nothing to talk about. Don't get mad at us for not talking about you as much. You did this to yourself.
Her period care. Like, what does any of that have to do with abuse story? Do you know what I mean? It's so effing.
Chantal, people can talk about whatever they want to talk about. If they want to talk about something else, let them. If they want to talk about somebody else, let them. It has nothing to do with you. Shut up. Why are you so offended with what people choose to talk about? Mind your business.
Fucking weird. There's one reactor like who's obsessed with that. He looks like a fat Pauly Shore. Do you know
Who is she talking about?
I'm talking about?
No.
Hey, Susmere!
Who is she talking about? What?
Warny. It's so dumb. Even for me. Yeah, I think that's it. Strawberries. Yeah.
Oh, like this person saying the ankle. I've heard of the channel The Ankle. I've never watched the content, but why do you care about that channel? Wax body. I usually just shave, but I should wax. Yeah. Judy, hello. Yes, Icarus, insufferable. Like, number one, in my fucking opinion. Ooh, y'all, let's rub our hands. I was looking for the reads. This might be part of it. Let's do it. Let's go.
If you are a man, you don't have a right to talk about women's periods and their body. So F all the way off with that, all right? Like, you're disgusting. I don't care if you're gay or not. You don't.
Oh, look at this chat. Look. Look in the chat. Sky Fury says, why haven't you done reuse sponsored meal? Yeah, why haven't you? You got paid for the meal, Chantal. Why haven't you done it? And if you couldn't do it for whatever reason, why not send the money back? Why not refund that person? I don't care if they got friends and family. You can send the money back. Why are you taking money for meals and not doing them? You came up with this whole idea of fan-sponsored meals. Why are you being why the F you lying? You know, you're always lying. Why are you lying to people and saying you'll do their meals when you're not? Why? Explain.
Don't have a right to talk about women like that.
I'm going to jump into that part of the conversation about the period thing. I heard about Amberlynn doing free bleeding. I'm going to be honest. I'm not as onto the Amberlynn lore as I am the Foodie Beauty lore. I understand there's something going on. You can't use, say, a tampon. That you just can't do it. But I've never heard of somebody free bleeding all over the place. I would think that'd be rather messy. It'd be kind of rather gross. Maybe use like a maxi pad or something. There's got to be some kind of workaround where you're not sitting down on everything and free bleeding. Even as a woman, I think that's kind of gross. And it's nasty. So why was Amberlynn free bleeding? I mean, is there no other option? Like putting a washcloth or something, or a towel or napkins or something in the panties to where nothing gets damaged? Like, why was free bleeding a thing? Is it something that had to be done? Because I've never heard of somebody free bleeding like that and it being okay.
Like, it pisses me off. Like, right? Am I like, I don't know. Just pisses me off.
Okay, so Sky Fieri was just asking, why haven't you done a reuse sponsored meal? And Zach is saying, Sky, go suck Yaba's gun. What is wrong with the super chat, with the super sticker? They're just asking why Chantal hasn't done the meal. And this person, Zach, is standing up for Chantal saying, you know, go do something to Yaba. All they're asking is, why haven't you done the sponsored meal? You were paid for the sponsored meal. It wasn't an insult. It was a question. You were paid to eat a meal. Why haven't you done it? So, Zach, why are you speaking up on this issue? Like somebody pointing out that Chantal took money for something, didn't do what she paid, what she was supposed to. Why is that a bad thing?
My husband has preferences, Kenny. It's a culture thing. But he doesn't talk disgustingly about my body.
Not to your face. Not to your face. But even before the two of you got together, he was talking about somebody else and saying that a woman who was just 200 pounds was a cow. There's screenshots all over the place. Any woman that was over 200 pounds, he considers a cow. And Chantal, you're 500 plus. What do you think he thinks of you? Listen, there are lots of people that love the BBWs, the SS BBWs. They really love it. That's their thing. That's their jam. There's nothing wrong with that. You like what you like. But he is not someone that he loves really, really, really big women. And you are a really, really, really big woman. He's not into you. If he was into you, it would be apparent. His vibe would be different. He's not into you. But best believe he's talking trash behind your back.
He doesn't talk about, he doesn't dismiss if I have issues,
He don't care, you idiot. If you're just a paycheck to him, he don't care what you do. He don't care how gross you are. It has nothing to do with him. Your body is your body. Your health is your health. If you want to destroy it, if you want to be gross, if you want to not bathe for days, he don't care because he's not around. He feels neither love nor hate, Chantal. Even with hate, you have to care about something or someone to feel the hate. It's actually what worse. He's indifferent. Indifference is worse than love and hate because you feel nothing. You have no connection. It doesn't affect you. He's indifferent to you.
Like I think they were like dismissing her going to the ER for period pain. Like, you don't have a uterus. You don't have the right to talk about women's periods or how they like bleed or what they do. Like, mind your business. Like, get a life. It's so gross. I can't listen to that crap, man.
But obviously you are, because you're talking about it.
I heard someone like reacting to it briefly, and I'm like, I'm tuning out. Like, this is just bad. An electric shaver, right? Yeah. I had a uterus, Jinger, you dumbass. Like, I had one.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. I'm not a medical professional, forgive me. But if somebody has a hysterectomy, wouldn't it just mean that they don't have their ovaries and like the reproductive part is gone, but you still have a uterus, right? I mean, I'm asking questions that I honestly don't know. I think you still have a uterus. You just don't have, like the fallopian tubes, all of that, ovaries. Like, I think that's the only thing that's removed.
Hysterectomy shaming, real nice. Yeah, that's nice. You're an awesome person, Jinger. Yeah, it's so weird. Pink Fury lost a toe, really? He's just after money. Yeah. Yeah, right, Tangi? Like, that's true, tell you. Yeah.
Chantal, I don't cover Pink Fairy, but yeah, I've heard around the grapevine that the creator Pink Fairy, that she did lose a toe to diabetes, and she said it's because she wasn't paying attention. There's so many warning signs directly around you and indirectly around you, like you need to take care of your health. There are things happening with you. There are things happening with other people, and you're like, it'll never happen to me. It'll never happen to me. It'll never happen to me. If it happens to other people, it could happen to you.
Colette, they all do that. Certain reactors. Well, you can't have kids. You don't have a uterus, blah, 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 whatever. They're all vile. I'm used to it. Like, women shouldn't tell women what to do with their bodies, and culture is no excuse. I don't have to, I guess, like, I don't know. but it's a preference. I tell him to do certain things with his shaving too. Like he has to manscape, not just me. Sexual hygiene is different, completely
Oh boy, why is she talking about this? Too much information.
different. Like 100%. No, Larry.
Oh, here we go again. Sky Fury says justice for Ryu's sponsored meal. I'm actually wondering if Ryu is this person, because how would they know that Chantal did not do the tortilla? Is that how you say it? How would they know this? Like, why are they keeping track of it? Is it this person?
They have to be clean in a lot of ways too. They're disgusting for bringing that up. They are, yeah. But it's their karma.
And by the way, Beezers, for those of you that might be over here, just let it be known. Just let it be known that if you give Chantal money for something, just because you're doing that doesn't mean she's going to give you something back. If you pay her for something, it doesn't mean she's going to do what she's paid to do. Example, all the way back during the Canadian Villa days, during Crackhead Olympics, things were so bad with the cats. People were offering all kinds of help with the cats. And there was one in particular, Vegan for Life, that specifically sent a super chat for, I believe it was $300 or $400, so that Chantal would take BBJ to the vet. They practically paid for the visit. All that Chantal had to do was take BBJ to the vet and get her some kind of care, any care. You know what Chantal did? She said, oh, you gave me the money. I can do whatever I want with it. And she wants us to believe that she's changed. She's a better person now. But here we are, 2025. Here is somebody that's paid for something and she's not done it. So this is why, girl world, we have the opinion that we do. That she is the same person that she was back then, because she does not change. She doesn't like change. Still the same scammer she ever was.
Justice for Ryu's sponsored meal.
And she's laughing about it. Oh, I took the money and didn't do it.
I keep forgetting about it.
You didn't forget about taking the money. You didn't forget about spending the money, but you forgot about, oh, I need to sit down and make a video. A 15-minute video. How long does that take? Like, what else do you have to do all day?
He gets his beard a lot of the time. He goes to the barber often.
I'm sure he does. At the Red Room. I'm sure he goes there a lot. Does that even make sense? He goes to the barber often, as if his hair is growing an inch a day. Why do you have to go to the barber often? Hair doesn't grow that fast.
You know? So.
Yeah, that Red Room barbershop is really popular.
But yeah. A lot of women have hysterectomies for an array of reasons. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So. But it doesn't change the fact that I was born with a uterus and I've bled from it for many years, you know.
Yeah, your point.
So, I don't know. Thank you, M60. Hello.
One moment. Okay, let's keep going.
Are you like a forested manscape? No, certain places of the body, I love hair, like chest, beard, but certain places, no. Yeah, exactly. Muslims need to shave down there and armpits. Google it. Yeah. Hey, Skylin. That's what Salah was talking about. He was wanting to buy me a... Yeah, they have women shavers here, but I don't know if it's like... If it works as well as shaving with like a...
Here she goes again, acting like he cares about her personal, intimate hygiene. Again, at the same time, He cares about her intimate hygiene for areas that he doesn't want to look at because they're not intimate. But it's perfectly fine for her to come on camera absolutely filthy, unbathed, dirty abayas, dirty hijab. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Razor?
Chantal, I'm just going to say it. I am just going to say it. Listen up, ma'am. If you're over there, and I don't care what your weight is, it wouldn't matter if you were 120 pounds or 1,000 pounds. Filthy is filthy. And filthy, unless you're into that, unless it's your fetish, it is not sexy. It is very off-putting to be around someone that their body smells. It stinks. It's sticky and tacky from sweat and filth. That is not something that inspires a person to want to get aroused or turned on or in the romantic mood. You could be 120 pounds. But if you stink, you stink. If your clothes stink, they stink. People are generally turned on by other people that smell at least halfway decent, that don't have extreme body odor. You want all these romantic things from people, and yet you're over there walking around like a crate of dumpster juice. And you wonder why people don't want to be around you. Take a bath. Use some soap and water. Use some body wash. Do whatever it is you got to do. Put a sponge on a stick and get busy. Then you might have some more luck. But you as a bigger woman, you've got to be more on top of your hygiene, because the extra folds and all of that, there's a chance of infection or skin breakage or whatnot, and you're not. Like, just breaking of skin, fungus can lead to things getting septic. But in the meantime, you smell. I don't know why you're all against taking a shower.
Yeah. It's all about preference, you know? Yeah, you're not supposed to pluck your eyebrows as a Muslim woman. A lot of women do. Oh, Missy Mac, hello.
The incredible thing about Chantal is she doesn't want to be fat shamed. She doesn't want the fat phobia. She's a big woman, very big woman. So she wants to be big. She wants to be over 500 pounds. And she wants people to adjust to her and her ways of not bathing and stinking up the place. At the same time, if a man walked up to her and he liked her, and if he were a bigger man, and if he were the same as Chantal and he didn't want to bathe or brush his teeth for days, she would never put up with that. She would never put up with a man being with her in the way that she wants to be with other people. She wants a well-groomed, attractive man, athletic man. She wants all of that put on the table for her, and yet she's not even offering half of that. She won't even offer nice hygiene. She thinks she can have the best of both worlds. I can be as sloppy and nasty as I want to be. I can go for days without showering or washing my clothes, and I'm just going to get some dream guy. But if a man who is much like me wants to be with me, oh no, we can't do that. Can't do that at all.
He did, like, yeah, like, it depends. Like, sometimes in the summer it gets uncomfortable, but I like chest hair. Plus size Muslims, is it difficult to shave? I know you guys would love to know, wouldn't you? It's funny how channels say you can't talk about children because you don't have any, but following that theory, they are not Muslim, so they can't speak on it.
Well, to be fair, to be honest, to be really honest, she's not a true Muslim woman to begin with. She may say she is, but she's not. She's not a true Muslim revert, so she can't speak on it.
Exactly. It's ridiculous that you have to have children to talk about parenting. Like, when it's obvious, like, that just doesn't make any sense. If you see, like, somebody being abused, I'm not saying that anyone's abusing their children, but, like, if I say, like, go take your kid to the park because, like, you know, something like that, you know, they follow it up with, well, you killed babies, blah, blah, blah. You had a hysterectomy, like, whatever. It's so, I don't even care at this point what they say. Go for it. Like, whatever. It's not going to change. I'm not going to stop voicing my opinion. So, you know, like, all I ever said, I find it very disturbing that an adult parent who's responsible for the morality of a small child, impressionable child, has a child running around in the home and they're reading all day.
Like, how do you know that, though? How do you know what goes on in somebody's home based on a live stream if they're not even showing the child, if you don't have a 24/7 camera going in that home to make that opinion? How do you know how their parents take care of their kids if you're not in the room, you're not personally around the person? How can you make that assessment? You can't. You're just saying that to be mean.
And being fat phobic and talking about how someone wipes their ass, blah, 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 just in swear.
No. Just because people are remarking on the whole Amber Lynn situation with the butt and the sink, that's not being fat phobic. That's just remarking on the fact that that's just gross. Somebody using somebody else's washcloths, stealing somebody else's washcloths, like the grandmother's washcloths, and using them as your own personal toilet paper, and you're hiding it. You're essentially stealing and ruining their things. That's nasty. That's inappropriate. That is very inappropriate. Like, it wasn't even a case of Amber Lynn brought over her own stash of washcloths to use for wiping her butt. She was taking the grandma's heirloom washcloths and doing it, which is just, it's foul. That is so foul. So, and the only reason why she confessed because she got confronted, like, where are all the washcloths going? And then she had to fess up. And I didn't hear any talk about, I'm sorry I did this. Let me buy you a whole bunch of other washcloths. Nope. That never happened.
Wearing and talking all kinds of disgusting things. That to me is just like, I would be hella embarrassed if my mom, like I would like have a huge complex if I grew up in a home where my mom was fat shaming the same women over and over a day, and that's how they made a living. Like, it's just weird to me, but that's it.
Chantal, you talk about how we make a living. You're a hypocrite. You get online and you do the self-harm content. You do the fetish content. You're doing all this stuff on YouTube that doesn't belong on YouTube. It belongs on a personal, private forum or account where only those people that understand what they're about to see, what they're gonna see. You're putting all kinds of stuff in front of the public they don't need to see. And honestly, you should not be doing because you're hurting yourself and you expect to get paid for that. You're putting adult fetishes on YouTube. You don't age restrict anything. You don't put anything in the description. Somebody under the age of 18 might see your stuff, and you're subjecting people to things that they aren't ready for and they're not informed with. And when it comes to, say, fetish content, even audience members have the right to be informed of what they're about to see before they see it. And in this way, they can either give consent or not give consent. You're being fair by giving the information and saying, this is what it is. So that those who might be spectators or audience members, they can make that choice of I want to watch or I don't want to, because you withhold the information. because you get on YouTube being shisty and sneaky and trying to do adult fetishes in front of people. You don't tell people what it is. You just show it to them. You are removing the right to consent. And in any fetish world, I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's BDSM. I don't care if it's feeder fetish. I don't care if it's exhibitionism or voyeurism or whatever else. I don't care if it's the adult baby stuff that you've also done. Removing the right to consent by withholding information is wrong. Putting adult stuff on a forum or a website not designated for adults only is wrong. Potentially exposing young people to fetishes on the down low is wrong. Why do you think I clock you so hard on those fetishes? A, because I know about those fetishes. I have the knowledge. I know what's up. I know. And because I knew, I wanted to let YouTube know. I wanted to give the information. Because people are like, why is she doing these things? I wanted to give more of another layer. To show people the complete picture of this is what's going on. This is what she's doing. So that those who are watching could better understand. And they could make a decision perhaps of, I want to watch her or no, I don't. But they would understand why you were doing some of the things that you were doing. I clocked you long ago on the feeder stuff. I did. I said, oh, look, she's doing the Foodie requests. Yes, she is. This is what I'm noticing. And I clocked you again on the adult baby stuff. And I clocked you one more time on the BDSM stuff because I have knowledge of those things. Again, to let YouTube know, to let the community know. Because if you're not familiar with those things, you're not going to see it. You're not going to recognize it. You're not going to pick up on that layer. But I did because I knew. But you can't come at the reactors and say, like, I just don't understand. I would be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed that you sold every slice of your health and of your skin for YouTube coin. You didn't hold anything back. You should be embarrassed that you exposed so many people, that you triggered so many people monetizing things you really shouldn't be monetizing. That you monetized and exploited the topics of SA and DV, telling fake, phony ass stories. You're not even a real victim. You're just telling stories, but you never went through the experiences. Not that I'd want you to. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But you were just making up a story arc and you thought to yourself, oh, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just making my money. You're hurting people. You're hurting the real victims. Ditto that on people that are watching this live stream right now or have seen your other previous live streams that have BED, that have a problem with eating problems. You're hurting them too. You might be triggering them. You might have already triggered them. You put tags on your videos, trying to draw people in from different communities to watch you. And all you care about is expanding your audience, but you don't take care of your audience. You are not respectful of other people's suffering. You exploit their suffering. You trigger people on purpose because you feel like this is the group that I want around me, people that are going through things, people that are suffering from things. I want to exploit their suffering. I want to make them feel like they're bonded to me because I'm broken. Maybe they're a little bit broken, and that's going to be the connecting point. And because they're feeling a certain kind of way based on something that they've been through, they're going to feel bonded to me. They're going to feel like we got something in common, and they'll give me some super chats. That, madam, is bullshit. Triggering people to get money versus entertaining people is bullshit. deliberately triggering people and hurting people to make money versus just doing a great video and inspiring people and lifting people up, causing more pain and suffering when you don't have to. You should be embarrassed about that.
That's my opinion. Saying very vile things around children, right? Juice. I always was in an environment of loving, caring parents.
What was that? Loving, caring parents. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. And I hate to be rude, Chantal, but we know the story. You told us a story about how your biological father was not in the picture. Your mother was a single mother, that your grandmother raised you. You told us yourself that basically she just gave you a lot of food. So obviously you did not have the structure and the discipline that you needed, which led to all the wild behavior that's still out of control. It's still out of control. So stop trying to flip the narrative now. It's too late.
Teardrop, hey! There's Teardrop. People were asking for you. I don't think you have to have a, I'm sure there's people who work for CPS who don't have children, so they're not qualified to determine if a child.
Let me address this person right now. Let me clock this person real quick. Colette's Life Journey VSG says, I don't think they care because they're making money off of it. Sad but true. I'm clocking you right now, Colette. Let me just course correct you because your ship is way off course. Let me just give you some information, ma'am. Sit down, have a seat, and listen, because Rose Thorne's about to teach you something. First of all, I'm a reactor. I don't have to care about Chantal. She's not a close friend. She's not a relative. She's no one in my circle. Reactors don't have to be personally, emotionally attached nor involved to the people that they are simply giving their opinions on. That's number one. I am just somebody giving my opinions to her live stream like I am right now, but I don't have to care. It's not my life. She's not my friend. She's not my sister. It just isn't. Secondly, if you're going to criticize the reactors for doing monetized videos and putting them out there, giving our opinions, mind you, then you better look at this one right here. This person right here in front of me. You got something to say about how we make money when all we're doing is talking? At the same time, she gets on camera and she's got a full-blown food addiction that she openly asks people money to support? Send me money through PayPal. Buy junk food for me. Even though I've got blood sugar through the roof, I got all these health problems. I've got max doses on my diabetic medication, which, by the way, she's not even using correctly. She's using the medication to manage her B moments, not her diabetes, and thank you very much. She's abusing the medication and not using it right. She's doing all this Foodie content. Giving an opinion is not self-harm content. What she's doing is, and adding in the fetish content too. Why isn't your criticism going over to her first? There's a lot more she's doing than what we are. We're just talking. She's doing a lot more than talking. She's hurting herself. Why aren't you taking her to task? Why not? And why shouldn't the reactors put up monetized videos when we spend 2 hours, 3 hours doing a react and adding our commentary and adding in video clips and all kinds of things to make it more entertaining or, full of information or educational? Why shouldn't we? Why not? If she can monetize her self-harm content, we can monetize our opinions. Now, I'm done with you. Let's keep going.
Is in a good environment, or they don't have a brain. People don't have a brain and eyes to know, like, logically how somebody should be You know, I wasn't a child. I don't have children, but I was a child.
You're still a child.
And I know how I was raised. And
you weren't raised up. You weren't raised. You were allowed to grow up in a home. They may have given you food. They may have put clothes on your back. True, all true. But they didn't raise you right. Nobody was around to give you structure and discipline. Nobody was around to like put morals and values in you. They just let you run wild, and so you did.
know that I had loving family.
They weren't loving. They tolerated you.
And
I know that's mean to say that, y'all, but it's obviously true. It's obvious. If Chantal grew up, say, around my dad, she wouldn't have turned out this way, I guarantee you. I grew up with a military father. They don't play. They do not play. That's why I'm so respectful now, because of my dad, because of the way he raised me. My dad taught me right. He taught me my manners. He taught me about respect. He taught me about a lot of things. She didn't have that in her life. I guarantee you she didn't.
You know, my mom didn't provide for me by having a hate channel. That's all. It's called observation. Like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want kids. I'd probably mess them up. Yeah. Who knows? Anyway, that's just my opinion. So. Why do I care? Because I have an opinion about it. And actually, it's not about me, but it is. Because, like, people do the same to me, Terry. And honestly, like, I empathize with Amberlynn on that.
Of course you do, because you're both the same. You and Amberlynn are exactly the same. Birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather gather together. They hang together, and they support each other. So if she's an awful, abusive person, if she's guilty of, say, verbal abuse, financial abuse, and you are also the same as her, of course you're going to be in agreement with her. Of course you're not going to go against her, because if you ever did, she'd point the finger back at you and go, oh yeah, I know some stuff about you. Let's talk about the things that you've done and that you've said that I know about, that nobody knows about. She'll expose the dirt on you. I bet you and Amber have had some conversations, and you guys know stuff about each other. Hence the reason why the two of you stay quiet on one another. It's like, yeah, we're friends. No, you're not friends. Friendship is not what bonds you together. It's the fact that you're both abusive people. You're so abusive you can't point a finger at each other. And she might know some stuff on you, and you might know some stuff on her. And, you know, to keep that stuff from coming out, let's just agree to not talk about it.
So that's why I care. Just because something is not personally done to me doesn't mean that I can't have an opinion on it. Even if someone doesn't agree with Amber. They don't agree with Amber, but they agree with her exes coming on and exposing her period problems and stuff like that.
Okay, let's just course correct you too right now. Why did that happen? Why did Beck decide to do videos? Roll back the tape, Chantal. What happened? It was because Amberlynn did not shut her mouth about Beck. Amberlynn decided to run her mouth in a members only live stream. Amberlynn kept speaking on Beck when she didn't have to. She could have just, I would think somebody that, you got an ex that knows all of your dirt, you'd want to shut your mouth. You just want to just stop talking, move along. Let's talk about something else. Let that person live their life away from you. Amberlynn kept bringing up Beck. And it got back to Beck. And Beck said, you know what? Let's set the record straight on some things. Beck is a victim. Beck went through some trauma. And Beck decided to speak on it. But what got the ball rolling was Amberlynn running her mouth. Amberlynn just has to monetize everything. Okay, you want to F around? You found out.
Like, I don't get that logic. I don't. Sorry. I don't find that has anything to do with anything. Exactly.
It just makes Amberlynn is mad and Chantal is mad. They both try so hard to give themselves the victim name tag. It doesn't fit. It's not appropriate. And yet a real victim speaking their truth, it bothers them. Like somebody's a real victim and they're speaking their truth. It's a problem because they want to own YouTube and put out their phony stories. I'm a victim and they're not victims. They are predators. Amberlynn's a predator. Foodie's a predator. They've been predators for years, abusers for years. But to keep that covered up, let's play the victim, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Let's act like we're so helpless and we're such a victim when they're not. Because then they have the power to move around people and prey upon people. Let's find someone to prey upon. Let's bring someone to bring into our web and wrap up in a bunch of silk and suck them dry.
Exactly, Icarus. It's just gross. It's just stupid. I don't know. Anyway, that's my opinion on it. Don't give them ammo. They can say whatever they want. I don't give a crap anymore. It is disgusting. And I don't care if I'm the only person in all of Girl World to say that. And I don't care if people don't like me because of it. I think just like having been exposed to so much hate makes me okay with being hated, with not.
Again, rewind the tape. Why do people hate you? What caused that? Go back to the beginning of let's go to the origin story. What happened? Why do people hate you? There's a lot of people in your chat right now. I guarantee you, they were not around during the beginning part of your channel. They were not around for when you were with BB. They were not around for Crackhead Olympics. They don't know the origin story. And because they don't, you're taking advantage of it with what they don't know. You hate Girl World because a lot of us do know and we do remember. But why do we hate you? Why do we despise you? Why do we make reactions the way that we do? Why are some reactors really harsh with you? Could it be because of some of the things you've said and the things you've done, of which there are numerous examples? There has to be a reason for the dislike. There has to be a reason for the hate. What did you do? What did you say? It's not about your weight, Chantal. Your body is your body. Do with it as you will. But there are other people on YouTube that are mukbangers that are just as big as you, maybe a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit smaller. We don't talk about them. We're not targeting people based on their weight. Hungry Fat Chick, Candy, has a channel. Notice we don't have anything bad to say about Candy. You want to know why? Because she's a nice person and she's not problematic. She just gets on camera eating her food and that's it. We got nothing bad to say. So if we're all just reactors looking for, say, fat women or fat men to react to, why aren't we reacting to her and tearing her apart? Why do we leave her alone and we're talking about you? Could it be because of the problematic behavior? Could it be because you're gross and nasty and rude and out of pocket? Could that be the reason? I think so. If you have a lot of people not liking you, different people, different perspectives, not liking you, there has to be reasons why. And all of those reasons has to do with you and what you've done and what you've said. So you can stop with the victim mentality of they hate me for no reason. Oh, we got reasons all day. You just don't want to say what they are.
Not being liked. For whatever reason. I don't care. Do your worst. Yeah, Larry, it is. Yeah. There's no bait. I started talking about this. Yeah, Stephanie, good. Yeah. I would be like horrified if like my exes went on panels with my biggest haters, people who profit off of dehumanizing me and revealing how like all of my private, like imagine BB, like when I had surgery, uh if he had to help me bathe or whatever, if he went online and started telling these people these things, you don't think that that mentally, like, does nobody care about her mental health at all?
You don't care about her mental health. You said about your best friend, your ex Pete's, someone you've known since high school. Remember what you said about Pete's? You said his mental health is not my problem. Your best friend. I don't care about his mental health. It's not my issue. You don't care about your best friend's mental health. Why would you care about Amber Lynn's? Why? For what reason would you care about her? Why would you be concerned for her now? And again, rewind the freaking tape. You're saying, why isn't anybody caring about Amber Lynn's mental health? But was Amber Lynn caring about the mental health, the emotional health of Beck when they were having Beck wipe their backside every day for 9 months? Were they caring about Beck's mental health, emotional health with the financial abuse? Were they? So if Amber Lynn's going to do all of that, being controlling, playing the choosy game, having Beck brush their hair for hours because it's matted, picking lint off their sweater or whatever for hours, even though it makes them tired, playing little games like that, being cruel like that, limiting the amount of time that Beck could see their family or their friends, putting on a timer. All of these things say, I don't care about this person and I want to humiliate this person. If Amber Lynn doesn't care about somebody's mental health, emotional health, physical health, why should anybody care about hers? Why is hers more important than anybody else's? And why shouldn't a victim come forward after going through all that bullshit? Why shouldn't they come forward and speak their truth? Why not? If fake phony victims making up stories like you can get on YouTube and just make up stories to make some coin, why can't a real victim come online and speak their truth and spill dirt and spill tea on an actual experience? Why can't they? It's their right.
And if you say no, you don't, then you really lack something as a human being. Like 100%. I don't care how much money you make. Like, do you feel good making money that way? Like, dehumanizing another human being? Like, it's just awful to me.
Chantal, shut up. You're really pissing me off. Shut up. You'll do anything for money. And I mean anything. You will degrade yourself, humiliate yourself, get on camera, do the fetish content, the adult fetish content in front of people, do that feedy stuff in front of people. You'll do whatever it takes to make money. You don't care how disgusting it is, how horrible it. You don't care. You'll go to that level. You've gone to that level. You ain't got no right to speak on how other people make their money.
I'm not like, that's another thing with Cyrax. I don't defend what Cyrax does. I don't even like. I'm not saying I like Cyrax. I'm just saying at one point, like, the incessant bullying and bullying and bullying and bullying and bullying and bullying just is like, okay.
You are not about to do this, are you? You are not about to sit here and defend a PDF file. Are you? Are you about to sit here and defend a PDF file the same way that you defended Karate Joe, a convicted PDF file the same way that you also took up for Dragon Lord Frodo and you were a mod in his chat. And even after all the trash you talked about Shani for Christ, with everything we know about what happened with her kids, still a mod in her room after the fact. You hang out with and you're friends with questionable people, Chantal. And it makes me wonder why you're okay with people like that. Why are you okay with people who hurt their kids? People who are PDF files. You want to cry victim of I went through this and I went through that. At the same time, you're okay with abusive people. Well, birds of a feather flock together. Maybe you're okay with them because you're abusive, and so you're okay with all kinds of abuse. With people being abusive, I mean, like attracts like. But you're over here defending Cyrax? Why? What for? You even defended Karate Joe. I remember saying he served his debt to society. People should just forgive him. Ma'am, I won't say what he did, but he hurt a little one. Even if he spent 1,000 years in jail, it still wouldn't be enough. Because the real prisoner, the one who suffers in a jail, in a prison with no bars, no warden, no police officers, is the victim. Victims are the ones who get the life sentence, especially if they're young. Their innocence gets taken from them, and you can't get it back. Once it's gone, your life is forever changed, Chantal. Forever changed. There's a part of you that's broken, and it may take years, if it happens, to heal even halfway from that. And you're over here defending a PDF file. I would think a victim would be on the side of the victims, not the ones who do the damage, not defending them, not saying they served their time, forgive them, it's not a big deal. That's how I know you've never been a real victim. Because if you had been, you know the damage, you know the pain, and you would never forgive nor associate with anybody who abused anybody else. Because the pain you feel, it hits down to the bone. It does. Only an abuser would stick up for, befriend, and mod for other abusers. A real victim would never.
Hey, you know? Anyway, like, you know what I mean? It's just, it becomes too much. Like, I don't know. Whatever. People miss my point all the time. Like, they're two different people. Exactly. Yeah. Amber, why are you even comparing Amber and Cyrax anyways?
You know what? Abuse is abuse. Abuse is abuse. Pain is pain. It doesn't matter if the abuse is of it different from another kind. Abuse is abuse. Pain is pain, and hurt is hurt. You can't say, oh, this pain, this hurt is worse than another. They're both bad. They both cause damage.
That's so weird.
All victims matter. No matter what they go through, all victims matter. All trauma matters. Like you're over here saying it's not that big of a fucking deal. It is a big deal. It is a big deal.
Like saying that Amber shouldn't be defended, I'm sorry, but the reactors are all more vile than her. 100%. I don't care what anyone says.
Now we know you don't care.
No, strawberries, I haven't. False equivalency. Right, YouTube over?
Tell you what, Chantal, if we're so vile, stop following people on Twitter. Stop being nosy. Stay out of people's live chats. Stop sending your little scouts over to different channels to keep tabs on people to see what they're saying and where they're saying it. If we're so vile, leave us alone. Let us do our thing on our channels. Stay out. We don't want you here anyway. You're not invited to our party.
See, someone with some intelligence. They don't miss your point. They choose to twist your point. Exactly. And we see through that bullshit. Okay.
How? Wait. Stop right there. Shh. How can we twist your point if we show receipts? If we can pull up video clips and pictures to prove our point? How are we twisting it if we're showing evidence of what we say? Evidence that you provided. How is that twisting it?
Hey, Rebecca. Hello. Hope you're well too.
It's kind of hard to twist things if somebody's saying this happened and then they show a video clip or a picture to back up what they're saying. There's no twisting it. There's no he said, she said, rumor mill type stuff. You're showing evidence of what happened and what was said.
About Yo Mama? I think he's made some edgy jokes. He used to be a comedian. I don't think he's an animal abuser. And
of course you're not going to say that. Of course you're not, because he supported you. We saw the video clips, Chantal. I'm not showing it on my channel, but I saw it with my own eyes, as did other freaking people. He was on, was it Periscope? He wasn't on a stage making jokes. He wasn't making a joke of it. It wasn't part of a comedy routine. And talking about this thing with a cat, of kicking a cat until it died, laughing hysterically about it. It wasn't part of his show on YouTube where he can say it's just satire. He said what he said, and he thought it was funny. And then he went and hit his channel. He was running from the damage. He didn't want people to unsub or cancel their memberships. He didn't want the angry backlash that he knew was coming. He hit his channel, and then he tried to lie and say, oh, YouTube took my channel away and it's the reactor's fault. When his channel never got canceled, he just decided to private everything and wait a while. And I've heard through the grapevine that his channel is back. His memberships got reactivated. So if his channel got taken away, how does he have it back all of a sudden? He lied. He lied. But if he was innocent, if he didn't do anything wrong, why did he run? If you're innocent and you know you're innocent, you've done nothing wrong, you stand still and you defend your innocence. But he knew he got caught. He knew he did something wrong, and that's why he ran. He ran because he was guilty. He ran. And now he's putting his toes in the water to see if he can come on back. I don't know if he can. I don't know if he wants to. That's his deal. But if he wasn't guilty, why did he run?
And I don't think that he should run away from the internet. I think he's hiding his channel until he maybe loses some of his strikes. I think
he didn't have any strikes. That's a bunch of BS. He wasn't struck. He was not struck. How could YouTube strike him if he didn't do a live stream or a video that was in violation of their TOS? YouTube doesn't work that fast anyway, y'all. They are slow AF. If you're going to get a strike, it may take a while. I mean, look at all the times that we reported Chantal and her content. Has anything happened to her? No. Despite the fact that she does self-harm content, nothing has happened to her. Everything that was talked about was because of a Periscope live stream that has nothing to do with YouTube. He ran from that. He ran from the backlash of that. But that wasn't on YouTube. So why would YouTube strike him? Why? There's no reason to strike him. He ran. He hit his channel. YouTube did not take it away. The reactors didn't bring him down. He chose to hide it and hide for a while and then try to come back.
I don't know how Yaba actually went on her live stream and actually admitted to calling his wife, which I think is a big fat lie, because you're not going to tell me there's no way in hell, there's no way his wife doesn't know about his channel.
Look, I'm not in his personal life. There's ways that he doesn't know. I mean, he could have a wife that doesn't watch his content, doesn't watch what he's doing. It's entirely possible that she did not know.
So because you can't take somebody talking shit about you, but you can have a whole channel about someone else. So you are that thin-skinned and you claim to be such a big badass swinging your DICK around on these YouTube streets. But when he calls you out for your bullshit, which you're full of it, you're going to find she stalked his wife to find her, apparently, to find her where she works and to call her and go, yeah, do you know what your husband there is doing on the YouTubes? Can you imagine admitting to calling your mama's wife to try to get him spanked and run off the internet? Like,
well, something apparently happened because he ran for a while, hit his channels. I don't know what happened. I wasn't in the room. I don't know what happened, but something did happen.
When he's live streaming, he's literally looking at her.
No, he's not.
She follows Gore World.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
There's no way she doesn't know what he talks about. Like, oh my God. So she lied to her entire audience because there's no way she didn't call. There's no way his wife was like, oh, really? I'm sure if she did call his wife, she would be like, puta, bye. There's no way. Oh, and people eat it up. Right. Oh, good for you. You call his wife. Poo touchers. There's no way. You don't even have to have half a brain. But if you're a zombie, you're an amoeba on legs. So there's no hope for you. Of course, you're going to believe anything she says. They're so unhinged. Purple Christmas lights. I'm not surprised.
So I have a question for you, Chantal. You're accusing people of touching the poo. At the same time, many times, you've been caught wallowing in the poo. You had Natter do dirty work for you, throw in the privacy complaints at channels you didn't like. Because, you're not going to do it yourself and put your channel in danger. Missy Moo was doing dirty work for you, doxing people. Recently, making up fake sock accounts, acting like Perfectly Imperfect's daughter and son and husband. Perfectly Imperfect, like threatening her job as a teacher. I mean, wouldn't that be considered wallowing in the poo?
I think he hit his channel for now. Because people are striking him because they can't.
Stop right there. How can people... You're not making sense. Sense and sensibility, ladies and gentlemen. If a channel is hid, if it's private, how can anybody strike him? How can anybody get struck if the channel is privated? How could anybody have access to his videos or his lives to strike him? On what basis? Let's just say somebody wanted to put a strike or a complaint on his video or his live. You would first have to pull up the live or video in question. And YouTube is lazy, y'all. I'm going to let you know that right now. They're not going to watch an entire live or a video to find the area or the segment that is in violation of TOS. If you report something, you need to have a timestamp. You need to go right to where the offense happened to give YouTube that exact timestamp so they can go right to it and see what happened. And even then, something may happen, something may not. But YouTube ain't got time to watch an entire live stream and listen in on what's going on. They want to know exactly what happened and when it happened so they can do something about it or not and move on. But you can't do that if a channel is privated.
Handle it. Calling his wife, exactly. And that's not me simping for him, because I don't agree with everything he does or says. But
okay, it's Terry time says, okay, I am out. You keep bringing this up over and over again. You are giving them fodder. And it's obvious she won't listen to anyone else. I value my sanity, and this is all a little too much. Yeah, well, value your sanity.
he's back. Good. Because I'm sorry, but he deserves to have a platform just like everyone else. Thank you, Crispy. Thank you, Terry. He's made of course he's made a lot of enemies. When you call out people and you reveal the truth, they're going to be pissed.
Renelle Apple says, Chantal, we must admit reality. He has harmed many dogs and cats. Stop this, Chantal. Come on. No, she's not, because he supports her. So even if he's done wrong, even if he's hurt or abused animals, she's hurt and abused animals. Why would she go against him when she's done bad things, perhaps even worse?
And they're going to come after you. That's what happens.
Like abusers support other abusers.
To try to silence you. He has not harmed any cats or dogs.
Yes, he did.
Nope.
Soda in Sadness says he kicked a cat that then died and joked that he was going to dig up the cat and throw it into the trash. That's horrible. I don't even have words for that. I don't even know why anybody would joke about that, whether it's on stage or off stage or personal. I don't know why you would get on a Periscope Live and say something like that to people. That sounds sadistic and wrong. Why would that even be a hysterical joke? Like, how would that be considered part of a comedy routine? You're coming off like a complete a-hole, an evil a-hole, saying, I kicked a cat and it died. And then I'm going to dig up the cat and throw it in the trash. Joking about harming an animal, and then after it's passed away from injuries that you caused, you're going to go further? You're going to dig up the cat and throw it in the trash? No wonder you and Foodie get along, yo mama.
Salam Sabah al Salam al Sabah Street. We're beezing. He did not kick a cat. It was all joking. Yeah, if he has exactly, Isabella. I don't believe that. But whatever. Prove he has harmed any, Jinger. Prove it. There's no proof. He made a tasteless joke.
It wasn't funny. And that's not something you joke about. Hurting an animal and bragging about it like, I did this and haha, it's funny. Not funny. Nothing humorous about that.
And Gorlick's video about it is so funny because Gorlick has said worse things. He's defended Michael Vick, actually, his own words. Yeah. Called him a cool person or something like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I used to really like dark humor. I don't like, animal abuse or anything like that, but
no, you just do it.
But I mean, like, I used to watch comedians that have said so much worse. I don't know. They do take everything out of context, yeah.
Again, the video clip was passed around. He was in the video clip saying what he said, laughing about it. We all heard it. How is that taken out of context? How? When the video clip was shown, people watched it. It was so bad. I'm not showing it on my channel. I have respect for my audience. I have respect for y'all. And nobody likes to hear or see anything having to do with animals being hurt. There's a lot of animal lovers here, a lot of pet owners. It's stressful. But I did see the clip. It made me sick to my stomach. And that's why I said I'm not showing it here. I'm not. But it was horrible. And the way he was speaking, he was dead ass serious about what he was saying. And if it was a joke, if it was part of a comedy routine, if he had any kind of self-awareness of like, I'm making this as a joke, but there might be people in my audience that might think I'm serious. Why didn't he fucking say, I'm just joking, y'all. This never happened. I'm lying. That didn't happen. He didn't counteract that by saying, guys, I'm just kidding. Nope, he was serious. He thought it was funny. Not a joke.
Like, to me, from what I heard, didn't even sound that bad. I was like, okay.
Excuse me? Somebody talking about kicking a cat and it passed away later? That's not severe to you? You don't think so?
Like, you're canceling, like, what? Please. Renelle, where's my rep that I don't like animals? Are you high on glue? Like,
you don't like animals. What about the way you talked about BBJ saying, oh, if she requires medication to stay alive because she's an elderly cat, I'd rather just put her down. Telling people box or bag, threatening many times to euthanize her. I don't know why, Chantal. I don't know why. That I don't know what's wrong with you. That you would have so much hatred and contempt for such a tiny animal that did you no wrong. Why you would treat them the way that you did. Letting her nails grow into her foot pads twice in a row. Let her walk around in pain and to suffer with bad kidney problems and a UTI so bad that she was peeing blood. What did she ever do to you? Why were you so vicious to that animal? Why did you pinch her on live stream just because she walked in front of a fucking camera? Why? Why were you so vicious to her? What did she do to you? Why did you treat her with such rage when she did nothing wrong? Why are you such a mean person in general? What the fuck? Like, where is all this rage and evil coming from?
I show nothing but love to animals on my streams. Nothing.
Go screw yourself, you lying bitch. You lie. Pinching BBJ on a live stream, that's not showing love. It hurt her. Letting Pete grab onto her face, saying no mercy when she had rotted teeth in her mouth, that's not love. You thought that was funny. Shut your mouth.
I beg, my husband takes me out regularly to go see animals. I have a spoiled...
Because you're exploiting them for content. You're using them for content. You don't care about them. You care about your content and making money off of innocent animals that you don't even give a fuck about.
Cat. I've had a cat that lived...
And yes, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm cursing a lot more, but I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad. Apologies for those that don't like the profanity.
Be 21 years old. A, B, C, D, F, G. And I actually heard people in Gore World themselves. There was people in Yaba's audience who were like, I have cats that are 21 years old. Yeah, you have to take good care of your pets for them to live to be 21. Oh, really? So that goes for BBJ as well then, I guess, right?
Yeah, but you kept switching up her age. First you said she was 21, then 20. Then she was taken to the vet. She's actually younger than that. So that was your pet and you don't even know how old she is? What?
Right? So no, cut the bullshit. Like, Jew princess, what does that have to do with your mama? Thank you, Tooth Fairy. Who beat up their grandpa? Like, yeah, Sarah, exactly. Makeup on point. I don't know, plain cheeseburger. Maybe somewhere in my phone. We usually talk in DMs, not personal phone numbers. You know. Yeah, Zeke. Because anything I do with in-laws or family.
Oh, Schoolie says people aren't allowed an opinion on your content. I mean, you eat. What else is there? Yeah, like we're just remarking on the content that she provides. So by calling our content trash, in a way, she's calling herself trash, isn't she? Because our content is trash, and we're just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Like, she wants us to talk about something else, then give us something else. It's just that simple.
Family or friends is not shared publicly, so anymore. People aren't allowed an opinion on your content. Yeah, they can, but it still doesn't make it like, it's just pathetic at this point. They just repeat the same shit over and over.
And you don't? Is your channel not like Groundhog Day every day? You do the same content over and over. You wear the same clothes over and over. You eat the same meals over and over. Y'all, you want an example of how much of Groundhog Day this channel is? Tell you what, go on her channel, get in the search bar, and just look up a specific meal. One thing you will find is that she eats the same meals over and over. She does repeat content. Example, like the sushi mukbang. How many sushi mukbangs has she done in Kuwait? She eats the sushi from the same place. She has the same meal from that place over and over. How many KFC mukbangs has she done? How many the Burger King? How many of the Cheesecake Factory? How much in the way of mash boost has she eaten? She literally repeats the same meals over and over again.
How is that entertaining? If my content is so boring, how is it entertaining to sit there and be like, look at all the rice she's eating?
It's entertaining because we make it that way by adding our commentary. We make it palatable. That's why. It's not because you're making it entertaining. We're making it entertaining for you. You're welcome.
Especially coming from a fat ass. Like, I don't understand the YouTube Underground support group. They're all fat. Most.
Ma'am, you're super morbidly obese. What's your point? Even if one person or a whole group is fat, you're past being fat. You're super, super morbidly obese. You're about 400 pounds heavier than what you should be. So can you criticize anybody who might be fat?
Most of them. Have you seen Sally? And they sit there listening to people fat shaming. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
And you haven't done shaming on your channel about people's looks, people's age, their face, if they have a gullet. You haven't done that? I think you've done that.
Yeah. But anyways, like I said, amoeba on legs. Church basement spaghetti? I don't know. I had made that pasta. She twisted the can opener too quickly. Like, people are even like, making charts about things I eat, like when I potentially am traveling.
Wow. It sounds like she's bothered by Sansa Cooks doing the macronutrients and by Del Pondu, who did the spreadsheet. Del, she just won't shut up talking about it. That bothers her so much. I love that for her.
Whatever. They're all big. you know? Sharing one brain. How much Parmesan you use. Yeah, true, Brittany. Just face the fact that you're fascinating. I guess. I mean, you know, could look at it that way. Yeah, Candace. Right, Amy? It is weird. I need to make him Zach, yeah. How much mayo? I'm never showing my marriage certificate.
Yet she shows it. Isn't that weird? She showed it. I'm never showing it, and then she shows it.
Nope. Because the people who matter don't require this kind of weird demands. Do you know what I mean? Because you have to be married to live here together.
Not necessarily. And if it were real, why'd you talk about loopholes? Why are loopholes required? Why were you exploiting a loophole? If everything's above board, why do you need a loophole?
That's why. Right. It's exactly. I'm 60. It's none of their business. And normal people realize that, you know? They don't need to see personal documents. Exactly. So.
And yet she shows the documents. Where does she show the documents? Is like, look, I'm at a 4-hour react right now. I'm like, it's gone really long. I didn't count on going this long, but here we are.
But marriage violence. I explained that, Gossip Girl. See, like, people don't listen to what I say. Technically, yeah. But you can also appeal to the court, like Salah did. And we got married when I was on a tourist visa. So apparently you can. Like, he appealed. He appealed that. We applied. They said no because of tourist visa.
As I understand it, if you're a tourist and you're on a tourist visa, you can't get legally married because you are a tourist.
Then he appealed that, and it worked. Yeah. So we went to court. I did a video on it. I was very open about it.
Okay, question. If they made an exception for you, why would they make the exception? Based on what? Why would they make you the exception to the rule? Can you provide an answer for that, Chantal?
It.
Like, what is so special about you that they would make an exception?
Yeah. They make it not just for me. I'm sure that they would do it for other people. It depends on the situation. You know? They want you back in Canada for wrong reasons. Exactly. Which I don't have those people in mind because they don't want the best for me, you know?
You should want the best for you. You should want the best for you. Regardless of what we think and what we say, you should want the best for you. I'm kind of confused with you, Chantal. You're a narcissist. Narcissists always look out for themselves, always concerned for themselves, what's best for them. They don't care about other people. They care about themselves. And yet, you don't care about yourself. You care about a fake phony image for YouTube, but you're not doing what's best for you. Being in Kuwait is not good for you. It makes no sense. There is no reason you could come up with that would make this all make sense. You're losing money in Kuwait. You're not making much money on YouTube. Your views are tanking. None of this makes sense. It would make more sense to go home, to get treatment, to be in your country, to get proper medical care if you need it. That would be best for you. Do people want you back in Canada just because they're tired of this fake, phony marriage arc? Yeah, of course. Because it makes no sense and it's boring. It is boring. But putting YouTube aside for a minute, is this good for you? Is this Kuwait art good for you? Has it been good for you? Can you truly look at us and say, I've been in Kuwait for 3 years and I have made these positive changes? I was this and now I am that. Can you say that? No. It's just the opposite. You went to Kuwait, you gained more than 100 pounds, your health is worse, you're on max doses of diabetic medication and insulin, which was not the case when you were in Canada. It's been really, really bad. Really bad. No positive change in sight. None. It's pretty obvious. The only reason why you're staying in Kuwait is because you don't have a home back in Canada. And you're running from your taxes. People want you to go home to Canada because you are more your real self in Canada than you are in Kuwait. When you go home to Canada, there's a noticeable difference in your personality. You're more relaxed. You feel more at home than you are in Kuwait. And again, we don't have to care about you. You're someone making videos on the internet. We don't have to be emotionally invested. You want your beezers to be emotionally invested. You want them hooked on you and addicted to you and watching you and giving you money. But we reactors, we don't have to feel that way. We're just reporting on the news. And even if we did care, is it going to make any difference? Would it make a difference? You accuse us of not caring, but how many of us have said, you need to go home? You need therapy. You need to see a doctor. You need to get your health checked. You need to go to inpatient. How many of us have said that? Have you listened to anybody? No. Are you going to listen to us? No. So why care? You got good advice coming in from all over the place. You don't want to take it? Okay. But if you don't care about you, why should we care about you? The care has to start with you first.
Where did I say bribes? Do you know what a bribe?
You said WASTA. You said there's a whole system of WASTA. You brought that up.
Is? I suggest looking at a dictionary. There was no bribes. Like, if you weren't there to know the complete laws about it and the internal workings, then you don't really can't really say shit, can you? Like,
you know, regardless of YouTube, regardless of the reactors, regardless of Girl World, if Chantal had more than 5 functioning brain cells, she would have a wake-up moment, an epiphany, where she would say to herself, Girl World doesn't matter. The reactors and their opinions don't matter. I matter. I got to take care of me. Have that epiphany, have that light bulb moment, and go home and take care of herself because things are at a critical point. But she's not gonna. She's not gonna. She expects everybody else to care for her at the same time she doesn't care for herself, and she's hurting herself.
yeah. He doesn't have a Canadian sister. Exactly, I know. Harder than ever to get in there. I know. But it's not a bribe. It's not like, I'm going to give you money and you must do this for me. Like, it's not something like that. There's no like nefarious undertones to it. You know? It's like if somebody is very well respected or dignified, they can have some pull in certain situations. Dog paws. Yeah. fucking pull or any say on immigration. Get a life, doinkus. Like, yeah, I don't want to go and spend like $80 on a full tank of gas. We pay like 10 here. Like things like that, you know? Like I like paying less in life and getting ahead.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're a tourist and you shouldn't be living there. You're not a resident. You're scamming the system to stay there. You may like staying there because you pay a little less here and there, but you're not supposed to be there this long. You got to go. You have to know, Chantal, at some point you have to go. You just got to get. You're supposed to come in, see the country and leave. You're in Kuwait for the wrong reasons. You're hiding from your problems versus solving your problems. You know, you're hiding from your problems versus solving your problems. You're there for the wrong reasons.
Especially when you have debt, it helps. You know? Right, Crispy? No, that wasn't a far.
So she kind of just self-confessed. One of the reasons why she's in Kuwait is because of her debt. She's running from the Canadian government. Thanks for the confirmation.
Friend that sponsored a man from Morocco. I don't know how it works in the US, or I don't know. He's done other things financially, helped a lot of people in his life. Tanya.
I'm going to put this on the table too. I feel one of the reasons why she's petrified of leaving Kuwait forever and going back home, she's afraid of tea being spilled on her. Maybe she's afraid that if she doesn't have Salah under her control, that he's going to come forward and start talking about all the business. So the only way to keep that from happening is to stay in place.
He is smart with money. Yep. The car's a debt, yeah, except for that. But this is the first time he's had like a car payment. He usually buys his cars outright. He had his Honda. I think that was the last car, right? Honda, the purple one. But he, even with that though, to save on paying it too long, like we only have, I think his car, the thing is like 3 years. So
that was interesting. Did you guys catch that? She said, we only have certain amount of payments. So she's paying on the car. What happened to being a successful businessman? He's so busy with the perfume business, selling 200,000 units of Beezer spray. Why can he pay for his own car? Why are you paying for it?
it's like a bigger payment if you pay it off in less time. Like usually people finance for 5 years, but if you have it less time, then that car's yours. It'll still be under warranty. It will still be under maintenance, and it'll be way, we won't have that payment to worry about. So people criticize when they're likely in so much debt themselves. Yeah, exactly. I'm in a way better spot financially than when I was alone in Canada. That's for sure.
I disagree, Chantal, because during Crackhead Olympics, you were making 10 times the money you're making right now. You were. I mean, hello. All the money you spent on food and Amazon packages and the dispensary visits, and you were going wild with your money. You're making 20, 30 grand a month. So how are you better off now than what you were? You're not better off.
I'm a child like that. I'm very irresponsible with money. Hey, Lady J. So I need somebody to check me.
But he can't check you. You're the employer. He's the employee. He cannot tell you what to do with your own money. You're an out of control person, but you always maintain control of the money on purpose so that nobody can tell you no when it comes to something involving money. You want that power to say, it's my money, I'm making it. You can't tell me what to do. If I want 200 cheeseburgers, I'm going to get them. And there's nothing you can say about it. If I want 1,000 trays of dessert, you can't tell me no. You want access to the one thing that keeps all of your addictions going. The one thing that gives you control over other people, the money. Everything else is out of control, but you'll make control of that. So since he's not making money and you're paying him, how could he tell you no about your own money?
And be like, no, you know? Like if it were up to me, I'd be blowing money on like super expensive meals at friggin' Cheesecake Factory every day.
You probably are off camera.
Or like chill, like, you know, like instead, you know, he'll say no, like, you know, don't order that, order.
You're trying to act like he's your husband and he cares. He's stopping you. He's not stopping you. We've seen this man bring you fast food. He doesn't care. He really doesn't care. If he cared about you, he wouldn't have signed on for all of this for as long as he did. He would have walked away a long time ago. He would have told you to go to an inpatient facility or something. He would have said, I love you. I don't want you sick. You're making yourself sick. We got to put a stop to this right now. He never did that.
For this, it's cheaper and like stuff like that. He keeps me in check.
Him being around is not about him keeping you in check. It's just that you needed a place to hang out, hide out in Kuwait. He's your contact to get things done. That's all.
He's more responsible. No, he's not eager to visit. No. Whatever you think, meal prep water. No one's eager to get to Canada. Trust me.
He is. He wants to go. He wants to travel. You don't want to take him because you know what'll happen when he gets there.
No man is telling me how to spend my money. Well, if you're irresponsible with money and you want to keep your money, you would want that help. And honestly, as married people, as married couple, if you're married, you're not going to tell me that you don't discuss finances and what you should spend and what you shouldn't spend. Like, you know? Little Nitty. Americans are eager to get to Canada.
Oh, what happened? Okay.
Cozy and quiet, yeah. The New Year's Eve party. Yeah, teardrop light.
Okay, you know what? I'm making an executive decision. This react is longer than most. So I don't know if there's anything past this point. As you can see, we got some time left. But I'm going to... that face. I'm using that face right there for the thumbnail. That's perfect. Chantal, I love how you give me some moments for my thumbnails. Thank you. We're gonna cut it off at that face. And I'm gonna cut this react off here and then post this to YouTube. Hope you guys enjoy the react. If you have, please like and subscribe and leave a comment. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, take care of yourselves and each other. Bye.